Chapter 3480, Chapter 554, Treasure Exchange. Chapter 3480, Chapter 554. Treasure Exchange, Chapter 554. Treasure Exchange. While she is only a basic master engineer right now, she is very talented, and it shouldn't be difficult for her to become a grandmaster engineer in the future. Aqua Rose awkwardly added when she saw the stunned look on Shifeng's face. There were many lifestyle classes in God's domain, and they allowed players to achieve prosperity in God's domain, even if they weren't skilled in combat. However, in the greater God's domain, lifestyle players would only be considered to have reached an entry level after reaching the master standard. It was especially so for the engineer subclass. While the various combat tools they produced were useful to low-tier players, they were mostly inconsequential to high-tier players. Even the tools produced by a Grandmaster Engineer for Tier 5 and Tier 6 players would pale in effectiveness compared to a potion produced by a Grandmaster Alchemist. To make matters worse, engineers require a lot of resources to nurture. The cost of producing a Grandmaster Engineer was 2 or 3 times more than it would take to produce a Grandmaster of another subclass. Because of these reasons, the greater God's domain's various powers were reluctant to nurture engineers. It didn't matter even if the engineer player in question was very talented. Rest assured, Miss Aqua, I promise she will receive the best treatment in Zero Wing, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw Aqua Rose's awkwardness. Moreover, I guarantee her future achievements will surpass your imagination. Silk Radish was known by all in his previous life. Her status in the greater God's domain was so exalted that even the various apex powers wished to recruit her. It was true that most engineers in the greater God's domain were of little use to high-tier players. After all, the strongest combat tools that most engineers could produce could only reach the Tier 5 standard. They would be of little threat to Tier 5 players, let alone Tier 6 players. However, Silk Radish wasn't your average engineer. She was an engineer who had climbed to the pseudo-divine craftsman rank in the greater God's domain, and the combat tools she produced could shock even primordial gods. Particularly, the legendary flying ships she produced could scare even ancient gods into fleeing. During Shifeng's previous life, some apex powers were willing to go to war with another apex power just to get a legendary flying ship from Silk Radish. Silk Radish's influence in the greater God's domain was well above the influence of other pseudo-divine craftsmen. That is good to hear, Aqua Rose casually responded, simply taking Shifeng's words as pleasantries. Then, she handed the gold ancient tome and Silk Radish's contact information to Shifeng, saying, "Here's my cousin's information. I still can't get in touch with her outside, but I believe the Green God Corporation will be holding its talent fair in Silverfrost City in a few days. I will have to trouble you when the time comes." "Okay, leave it to me," Shifeng said, not bothering to say anything else as he accepted the gold ancient tome and Silk Radish's information. It was a fact that engineers did not have a favorable outlook in the current greater God's domain, so his behavior of praising Silk Radish indeed looked perfunctory. After all, who could have imagined that a little girl would become a pseudo-divine craftsman? And who could have imagined that the greater God's domain's various powers would start frantically nurturing engineers because of Silk Radish? Meanwhile, after Shifeng and Aqua Rose were done with their conversation, Seven Melody took the initiative to add Shifeng as a friend. She even invited him to move his base of operations to Royal Eternal City, the most prosperous city in the current Eternal Realm. Royal Eternal City was the only royal capital in the Eternal Realm. It wielded authority and unique functions that vastly surpassed other NPC cities. Many pseudo-apex powers and apex powers have gathered there, and those without the backing of these powers couldn't even establish a foothold in the city. However, Shifeng turned down Seven Melody's sincere invitation. In regards to this, Seven Melody could only leave the Golden Spire disappointed with Aqua Rose and the others. After 7 Melody left, Orbeth couldn't help but look at Feng in confusion. Are you really going to offend Demon's Gate just for a gold ancient tome? Orbeth asked out of curiosity. The people from Demon's Gate are a bunch of lunatics. No matter how hard that woman tries to hide her cousin's existence, Demon's Gate's people will eventually discover that little girl. Do you think it's worth it? For just a gold ancient tome? Definitely not, Feng said, chuckling. But if it's for that little girl, I think it's worth it. It seems you are also a lunatic, Orbeth said, sighing. But you have helped me a great deal this time. If you come across any trouble in the future, I can lend a hand once. After saying so, Orbeth disappeared from the temple, leaving Feng stunned. He never thought the blood-soaked Rakshasa would promise to help him once. This would have been an incredibly rare opportunity in his previous life. However, Feng didn't dwell on the matter for long before he stepped into the exchange room. Although he had already acquired a gold ancient tome, plenty of other attractive items were still available in the Golden Spire's treasury. Greetings, sir. Here is your exchange list, the mechanical puppet in the exchange room said, as it handed Feng a list. According to the rules set by the gods, you may exchange for only one item from this list. Feng was familiar with the Golden Spire's exchange rules, so he started browsing the list immediately. Are these the available rewards for reaching the upper level's 20,000 meter mark? Feng couldn't help but be shocked by the items listed. The list not only contained the gold ancient tome he needed, but it also contained many treasures that were very hard to come by in the outside world. For example, there were a total of 23 gold combat technique tablets available on the list. Not even the various apex powers possessed this many golden laws. Aside from golden laws, Feng could also choose from as many as 8 fragmented divine artifacts, 14 god guidances, and 28 world sources as his reward. There were well over 1,000 items Feng had never heard of being available for exchange on the list, and every item could cause the greater God's Domains players to lose their minds. Even Feng was not an exception. A goddess armament. Feng couldn't help but gasp when he saw a striking name on the list. Goddess armament, also known as Fate's Guidance. There were only 6 instances of this item in the greater God's domain, and every one of them had a chance of providing a female player with a full divine artifact set. Of course, the divine artifact sets left behind by goddesses were not so easy to obtain. While it was true that each goddess armament could become a complete divine artifact set, whether players could obtain, it was a different story. Every goddess armament would put players through 12 trials. If players could pass all 12 trials, they would obtain a personalized divine weapon and the goddess armament set, a 6-piece divine artifact set. However, if players failed to pass even one trial, they would forever lose the qualifications to re-challenge the trials. Due to the goddess armament's potential, any power that got its hands on a goddess armament would treat it as its most prized possession and keep it safely guarded in the hopes that someone in their guild could clear the 12 trials one day and become one of the strongest players in the greater God's domain. As far as Feng was aware, a total of 4 goddess armaments were found in his previous life. Of them, 3 were acquired by Apex powers, while 1 was acquired by the pseudo-Apex power Azure Feng. However, even after obtaining the goddess armaments for many years, nobody from these 4 powers managed to obtain the goddess armament set. This situation caused many people to think that the rumors surrounding the goddess armaments were false. Are you sure you wish to exchange for this item, sir? The mechanical puppet asked when it saw Feng's finger stopping on the goddess armament's name. You may not change your choice once you have confirmed your decision. You will also be unable to select any other treasures in your subsequent entries unless you reach the summit. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3481, Chapter 555, Drastic Changes. Chapter 3481, Chapter 555, Drastic Changes. Chapter 555, Drastic Changes. I'm sure. Shi Feng answered without hesitation. Although nobody in his previous life had ever succeeded in acquiring a goddess armament set, so long as he had a goddess armament on hand, he could continuously have the guild's core female members challenge it. Even if the hope of someone completing all 12 trials was small, it was a much more reliable method to obtain a full divine artifact set than other alternatives. If someone in the guild successfully obtained the goddess armament set, it would instantly propel Zero Wing to the top of the greater god's domain. Very well. After the puppet confirmed Shi Feng's decision, a parchment exuding a primordial presence appeared before Shi Feng. This is the goddess armament you have exchanged. This item will drop on death, so please keep it safe. System. It is detected that you are not a female player. You are unable to start the goddess trial. Sure enough, only female players are qualified to challenge the trial. Regardless, this will add more to the guild's foundation. When Shi Feng saw the system notification, he decided to mimic the 4 powers in his previous life and keep the goddess armor tucked away in the deepest part of Zero Wing's guild residence, never letting it see the light of day. Then, he would take his time selecting trustworthy female guild members to challenge the goddess trial. While he didn't have high hopes for anyone completing the goddess trial, so long as someone succeeded, Zero Wing would flourish. After putting the goddess armament away, Shi Feng called up his system interface and chose to exit the Golden Spire. Crystal City of Secrets, Secret Crystal Plaza, 6-man party recruiting a level 156, tier 5 tank or above. Must be fully equipped with fragmented legendary items at the very least. You will get 3 eternal gold coins for every common secret treasure that drops. 20-man team recruiting members to explore the underground Crystal Palace. Must have experience raiding the secret land. We have an employer already. Every team member will receive 2 eternal gold for every common secret treasure dropped. Level 158, tier 5 cleric, with 1 common secret treasure looking for a group, only asking for 4 eternal gold per common secret treasure dropped. The city's central plaza had become something akin to a marketplace, as players could be seen shouting everywhere, and many were independent players seeking riches. The state of the plaza was completely different from when Shi Feng first entered the city. Shortly after Shi Feng, a level 159, tier 5 swordsman, appeared in the plaza. A beautiful woman quickly approached him. "Hey, handsome guy, do you want to join my team?" The woman, a level 155 elementalist, asked Shi Feng in a gentle voice. "My team is filled with beauties. If you join us, you will get to know many beautiful women and stand to make 3 eternal gold for every common secret treasure dropped." As soon as the elementalist finished speaking, a muscular man came over and interjected. "Hey pal, don't be fooled by this chick. If you want to explore the underground Crystal Palace, join my team instead. I'll guarantee you a minimum payout of 4 eternal gold." The muscular man, level 157 Guardian Knight, said, "If a combat secret treasure drops, I will give you 10 eternal gold." "So what if you are offering 10 eternal gold?" The elementalist looked at the Guardian Knight in disdain. "My team leader is a member of the secret crystal trading firm. Our pay might be lower, but we have a proxy to buy secret treasures from the secret treasure market. So long as this handsome guy here collects enough money, we can guarantee he will get to buy the secret treasure he desires. Can your team offer him that?" "What's so great about that?" "I have a friend who's an advanced member of the secret crystal trading firm. So long as I give him the word, he can even buy a combat secret treasure. For me," the Guardian Knight said, showing no weaknesses. "I'm sure your team is just grinding for common secret treasures to sell, and make money to buy suitable combat secret treasures from the trading firm's 8th floor, right? So what if we are? When the elementalist heard the Guardian Knight's words, she looked at the other party contemptuously and said, "Also, my team leader is a bona fide member. As for that friend of yours, who knows if he's really an advanced member? There are only 1,000 advanced members in total, and the various powers are paying upwards of 10 eternal gold to buy out the proxy qualifications of each advanced member. Do you expect me to believe an independent player like yourself can secure the proxy qualifications to buy a combat secret treasure?" The Guardian Knight fell silent when he heard the elementalist's words. Contrary to the elementalist's doubts, he did have a friend who was an advanced member of the secret crystal trading firm. But as the elementalist mentioned, there was no way his friend would give up the opportunity to make 10 eternal gold or more to buy a combat secret treasure for him. After all, it wouldn't be as easy to secure advanced membership at the secret crystal trading firm in the future. So, this could be his friend's only opportunity to make a quick buck. People are paying 10 eternal gold for proxies? Shifeng was greatly surprised by the information he just heard. Not counting his earnings from commissions, he only made a profit of 800 eternal gold from selling out the secret crystal trading firm's memberships. Yet, each advanced member made upwards of 10 eternal gold from working as proxies. This meant that the trading firm's 1,000 advanced members were making a total of 10,000 eternal gold at the very least. Combined, they were making even more money than he was. "Listen to me, pal." Ignoring the elementalist's question, the Guardian Knight turned to Shifeng and said, "If you join our team, you only need to pay a proxy fee of 10 eternal gold, and I guarantee you will get a suitable combat secret treasure." "Stop spouting nonsense," the elementalist scoffed. "Right now, even the commander of one of the city's top 20 adventurer teams is offering to join any power and slave away for several years if he can get a proxy slot to purchase a combat secret treasure. Only a fool would believe you can get one. The commander of one of the city's top 20 adventurer teams is selling himself just for a combat secret treasure?" Shifeng was astonished by this revelation. While secret treasures were indeed precious in his previous life, especially those at the combat rank or above, they weren't so precious that the commanders of any of the Crystal City's top 20 adventurer teams were willing to sacrifice so much to obtain them. It should be known that the Crystal City of Secrets was a gathering place of experts. Even the commanders of the city's top 50 adventurer teams would be at the 5th floor standard at the very least, let alone the commanders of the top 20 adventurer teams. Outside the Eternal Realm, such experts would be the overlords of a region, and even the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would be willing to treat them as equals. "Don't think that I'm exaggerating," the elementalist said to Shifeng when she saw the astonished look on his face. Then she sighed and continued, "One of my team leader's close friends is a top expert among independent players, with great looks to boot. But even she has offered herself to work as an outer elder for several years for any upper-ranking hegemonic power that could provide her with a couple of combat secret treasures. Even then, none of the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers were willing to accept her offer." "A top expert?" Out of curiosity, Shifeng asked, "How strong is she?" "She is a saint who has mastered her control over the magic elements, and is an upper god realm adventurer certified by the World Tower. She is also currently equipped with a full fragmented legendary set and a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon," the elementalist said in a serious tone. "An upper god realm adventurer?" Shifeng could no longer stay calm after hearing this. After all, even if an expert of such caliber wasn't at Inkchilin's standard, she was probably close to matching Inkchilin already. "Can I ask you to spread a message to the various adventurer teams for me? In return, I can promise each of you a basic membership in the secret crystal trading firm in the future. If you do well, you may even become an advanced member. TL notes: 1 profit of 800 eternal gold. Just a recap, in Chapter 513, it was mentioned that Shifeng stood to make 2,000 eternal gold if he sold out all 5,000 basic memberships and 1,000 advanced memberships. However, he also had to pay a weekly management fee of 1,200 eternal gold for the secret crystal trading firm. So if we ignore the revenue generated from commissions completed by players, Shifeng would only generate a profit of 800 eternal gold per week. 2. Upper God Realm Adventurer. I assume it is the ranking for adventurers who have climbed to the World Tower's 5th floor or above. Recap of Chapter 244. These are the adventurer ranks that correspond to the World Tower's first 4 floors. 1. Basic Adventurer. First floor 2. Advanced Adventurer. Second floor 3. Superior Adventurer. Third floor 4. Top Adventurer. Fourth floor, I'm not sure if Upper God Realm corresponds to the 5th floor standard, as there is the upper prefix. There have been no hints of a 6th floor either. But since the independent player in question is a saint-ranked player, I'm not going to jump to conclusions here, but I'll leave the upper prefix in for now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3482. Chapter 556. World's Initial Opening. Chapter 3482. Chapter 556. World's Initial Opening. Chapter 556. World's Initial Opening. Shifeng's words were plain, yet they caused the level 155 Elementalist and level 157 Guardian Knight to look at him in disbelief. At the same time, though, their eyes showed hints of expectation and yearning. "Are you telling the truth?" the Elementalist questioned. "Don't be joking with me here, little bro," the Guardian Knight said, nodding in agreement with the Elementalist. "Don't mention an advanced membership, even if it's just a basic membership. So long as you can get me one, I'll make sure everything you said is taken care of." The secret crystal trading firm might have as many as 5,000 basic membership slots, but they were still incredibly precious in the Crystal City of Secrets. Many players were willing to pay anywhere from 3 to 5 eternal gold just to hire a proxy to purchase common secret treasures. After all, even though the underground Crystal Palace dropped common secret treasures, players could only equip the secret treasure they acquired if it suited their class. Not to mention, the various powers had already made the underground Crystal Palace their backyard, harvesting and monopolizing anything that was of significant value in the secret land. By now, independent players only had access to the various powers' unwanted scraps. Don't believe me? Seeing the doubtful looks on the two people's faces, Shifeng retrieved 2 common secret treasures from his bag and said, "What do you think of these 2 secret treasures?" When the Elementalist and Guardian Knight saw the 2 common secret treasures, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, just tell us what to do," the Guardian Knight said without hesitation. The value of secret treasures was known by all in the Crystal City of Secrets. The act of giving away even 1 common secret treasure was already considered mind-blowing, let alone 2. Not even the executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers could afford to do such a thing. Not to mention, the 2 secret treasures Shifeng had taken out were perfectly suited for their classes. "Hurry up and tell us what to do," the Elementalist followed, a look of excitement on her face. Chuckling, Shifeng said, "What I need you to do is simple. Just spread the news that a guild called Zero Wing is partnered with the secret crystal trading firm, and that any 5th floor expert willing to join Zero Wing for more than a month will be guaranteed a basic membership in the trading firm. Those who perform well might even get advanced membership. As for 4th floor experts, as long as they contribute sufficiently, they will have the opportunity to purchase common secret treasures from the trading firm, and those who perform outstandingly will also have a chance to gain advanced membership." "Is that all we have to do?" The Guardian Knight was a little stunned by Shifeng's simple request. He had originally expected to cross dangerous valleys and oceans of fire to get his hands on Shifeng's promised common secret treasure. Yet, all he needed to do was spread some news. Not to mention, even without his intervention, the news in question would spread like wildfire once released. Is what you just said real? The elementalist blinked her eyes in disbelief. She had never heard of a guild going by the name of Zero Wing. It should be known that even the various pseudo-apex powers had failed to secure a partnership opportunity with the secret crystal trading firm. So, how could an unknown guild accomplish it? Wouldn't you know once you give it a try? Shifeng chuckled. Previously, he had been ruminating over how he should go about recruiting the Crystal City's independent players into Zero Wing. After all, every player operating in the current Eternal Realm was an extraordinary existence in the greater God's domain. Independent players of such caliber had long grown used to operating by themselves or in small groups, so they did not care about joining any guild. However, he now had an opportunity to recruit these independent players through the secret crystal trading firm. Whether it was fourth-floor experts or fifth-floor experts, both were hard to come by in the greater God's domain. It was especially so for fifth-floor experts. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would only have a limited number of such experts under their command. If that's the case, I'm a titled expert, so I should be qualified to join. After pondering for a moment, the Guardian Knight asked, "Where can I join this Zero Wing you mentioned, brother?" "I'm also a fourth-floor expert. I should be able to join Zero Wing, right?" the Elementalist asked anxiously. Seeing the Elementalist and Guardian Knight expressing their intentions to join Zero Wing without hesitation, Shifeng smiled and said, "You can join so long as you meet the requirements. As for where you should go to sign up, didn't I already say that Zero Wing is partnered with the secret crystal trading firm? Are you saying we can sign up at the trading firm directly?" The excitement in the Guardian Knight's eyes grew even more apparent after hearing Shifeng's words. "Then I'll head there right away." "Me too," the Elementalist said before dashing toward the secret crystal trading firm. Meanwhile, after the two arrived at the crowded secret trading firm and waited for their turn at a counter, they tentatively asked the NPC behind the counter about joining Zero Wing. Then, they received an answer that thoroughly stunned them. "If you too are adventurers who have conquered the World Tower's fourth floor, you are indeed qualified to join Zero Wing. If you wish to join Zero Wing, please fill in the form here," the female elf behind the counter said before placing two forms before the Guardian Knight and Elementalist. After joining Zero Wing, if you wish to become a member of the trading firm, you will have to accumulate 5,000 guild contribution points in Zero Wing first. Once you fulfill this condition, you can directly a basic membership for the next weekly refresh. After the Guardian Knight and Elementalist had their questions answered, the other players waiting in line nearby couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. The secret crystal trading firm's membership was incomparably precious, so much so that even the various pseudo-apex powers had failed to get their hands on any. Yet it was now possible to purchase this membership just by joining Zero Wing. After a short silence, the surrounding players started frantically shouting and expressing their intentions to join Zero Wing. This situation confused the players still waiting in line at the back. Are these people crazy? Why are they shouting to join Zero Wing? Could it be some kind of hidden code? When the crowd in the building saw the several dozen players going crazy in front of the counters, they couldn't help but wonder what these players were losing their minds over. But less than a minute later, everyone else in the building also started to go crazy. Then, in no time at all, Zero Wing's name quickly spread across the entire Crystal City of Secrets. While the Crystal City's independent players were losing their minds, Shifeng spent 100 eternal gold coins to purchase a guild residence for Zero Wing. Then, in less than a day, the guild residents welcomed the addition of over 10,000 fourth-floor experts and 100 fifth-floor experts. With so many fifth-floor experts, Zero Wing can probably afford to pick a fight with the city's pseudo-apex powers. Already, when Shi Feng saw the list of new guild members, he didn't know whether he should be celebrating or weeping. While the sudden influx of so many experts was certainly a cause for joy, the poverty of Zero Wing's guild warehouse would most likely cause these experts to leave the guild as soon as they accomplished their goals. If he couldn't find a solution quickly, the guild's current prosperity would be fleeting. While Shi Feng was pondering how he could go about adding more secret treasures into the guild warehouse, he suddenly received a message from Xia Qingying, informing him that their world was already in its initial stages of opening up to the greater world. Because of this, the Green God Corporation had selected 10,000 geniuses to bring into the greater world in advance, and the corporation welcomed all partnered powers to head to Silver Frost City to inspect and hopefully recruit these geniuses. Xia Qingying had even booked a flight to Silver Frost City for him, saving him a lot of trouble. 10,000 geniuses. Is it? After reading Xia Qingying's message, Shi Feng couldn't help but recall the many young paragons he had missed out on recruiting in his previous life because of Demon's Gate persistently hunting him. Now that he no longer had such a burden on him, he could use this opportunity to recruit some of these potential paragons in addition to Myriad Hand's Silk Radish. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3483, Chapter 557, That Man. Chapter 3483, Chapter 557, That Man. Chapter 557, That Man. Silver Frost City was a second-tier city situated on the Starlight Continent, and it was a gigantic steel city that slowly traveled about a snowy and desolate land. The city's exterior was covered in snow all year round due to its travel route, but the inside of the city experienced spring all year round. At the city's entrance, there would almost always be a trail of armored buses coming in and out of the city. These buses either came from other mobile cities or set out from Silver Frost City to other mobile cities. Even at night, there was no end to the arrival and departure of these armored buses. Be careful, all of you. We are no longer in the world we are used to living in. If anyone misbehaves, I will kick them off the bus and send them packing back to our world. On one of the buses entering the city, a one-star mental strength grandmaster representing the Green God Corporation lectured the hundreds of young men and women on the vehicle while exuding a terrifying mental deterrence. Incredible! Is this how strong mental strength grandmasters are? As expected of the Green God Corporation, even the representatives they sent to guide us are mental strength grandmasters. I have only ever met a mental strength grandmaster once in the upper zone, yet out of the dozens of buses used to transport us, every one of them is led by a mental strength grandmaster. No wonder none of our world's other corporations dare defy the Green God Corporation. They're in completely different leagues from each other. I heard that the city we are in is a second-tier city on this continent, and over 100 third-tier mobile cities are operating around it. I also heard that the residents of Silver Frost City could easily live past 500 years old, and many people have a chance of becoming mental strength grandmasters. It feels like we are entering a city of miracles. It's a pity I didn't get selected by the Green God Corporation last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be competing for the qualifications to stay in a third-tier city right now. The young men and women on the bus were awed by the elderly man serving as their guide. They were also awed by the urban scenery outside the bus, as they could see mental grandmasters, which were incredibly hard to come by in their homeworld, in every corner of the city. Moreover, shortly after the bus entered the city, they could feel their bodies getting rejuvenated. They could feel a mysterious energy present in the space around them, and simply inhaling this energy accelerated their thought processes and improved their body's flexibility significantly. All right, we're here. Everyone off the bus. the elderly guide urged when he saw the bus coming to a halt. Under the guide's urging, the hundreds of youngsters on the bus alighted from the armored vehicle. They were then greeted by the sight of several dozen other armored buses parked in a spacious arena, and the youngsters who had alighted from these other buses had already gathered in front of the arena's central stage with expectant and confident looks on their faces. "Are you really not going to reconsider?" Radish, a girl in a light blue dress, asked as she looked at the girl standing beside her. The other girl in question was of similar age, but she looked more mature and charming, and she wore a blue, short-sleeved dress. Then, the girl in a light blue dress continued, "Ever since your cousin went missing, the other members of your family have clearly distanced themselves from you. I also heard that Star Cherry, your cousin's archenemy, has recently entered the good graces of a big shot. That big shot is the commander of another power. Are you sure you don't want to go to Ice Forest Town with me? We just need to wait 5 more years and wait to take a city powers test." "I trust in my cousin's message," Silk Radish, the girl in the blue, short-sleeved dress, said in a determined tone. "Since she says everything is fine, it must be so. Moreover, I look forward to competing with the greater world's geniuses. Even if I lose, I need to know how I lost." The Green God Corporation had brought 10,000 geniuses to the greater world for its partners to recruit. However, it wasn't compulsory for these partners to recruit these geniuses. So, those who failed to get recruited would be returned to their homeworld, and they could only rely on their own capabilities to enter and live in the greater world in the future. After all, the Green God Corporation still wasn't powerful enough to let so many people live in the greater world's cities. However, the Green God Corporation had also given the unselected geniuses a second option. Should these unselected geniuses choose not to return to their homeworld, they could choose to live in a town for 5 years. During this period, some powers originating from the various mobile cities would come to recruit talents. And if these geniuses could catch the attention of these powers, they would be able to migrate into a mobile city. Meanwhile, knowing that her chances were slim, Silk Radish's friend Jade River had preemptively chosen to live in one of the greater world's towns and wait for an opportunity to migrate into a city. "Why are you so gullible?" Jade River couldn't help but look at her friend as if she was looking at a fool. "Your cousin suddenly contacts you after going missing for more than a year, and the first thing she says is that some man will show up to solve all your problems. How can you even believe such a thing? Are you sure your cousin isn't being tricked by that man?" Silk Radish fell silent. She, too, agreed with her friend's words. Before her elder cousin had suddenly gone missing for over a year, her cousin would rarely come into close contact with any man. Yet now, her cousin had suddenly reappeared and told her that a man would appear during the Green God Corporation's talent fair and take care of all of her problems. No matter how she thought about it, this situation sounded very suspicious. While Silk Radish and Jade River conversed, several dozen individuals stepped onto the central stage. These individuals were all executive members of the greater world's various powers. Meanwhile, the person hosting the talent fair this time was Xia Qingying, the Green God Corporation's vice president. She was also the chief supervisor of the Green God Corporation's branch in Silverfrost City. When Xia Qingying appeared, all of the youths standing below the stage cheered and reacted in astonishment. Firstly, it was because of Xia Qingying's figure and identity. Secondly, it was because of Xia Qingying's frightening mental strength. Despite not being much older than them, Xia Qingying was already a mental strength grandmaster. In contrast, none of them were even mental strength masters yet. "Our time is precious. Qingying." Before Xia Qingying could even say anything, a handsome young man impatiently interrupted, "Do as we said to you before. Apart from those in the top 100 of the list, have everyone else get lost." The young man's abrupt words caused the youths below the stage to fall silent. As for the various powers executives standing on stage, they also kept quiet, with some behaving nonchalantly, some smiling, and some nodding their heads in agreement. In one way or another, all of them expressed their agreement with the young man. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying, who was just about to start hosting the talent fair, reacted grimly to the young man's words. "Aren't you acting a little too hastily, Mr. Xiao Quan?" Xia Qingying spoke in a low voice. "The Green God Corporation has selected these talents out of tens of millions of youths from our homeworld. It is a pity to disqualify them so soon." Xiao Quan might look like a young man, but he was already well into his 40s. Meanwhile, nobody in Silverfrost City dared to offend him, and any power wishing to operate in the city would have to show him a certain amount of respect. This was because Xiao Quan was not only a vice commander of the city's Silverfrost Legion, but he was also the son of the city's city lord. Originally, the talent fair should have been the Green God Corporation's affair, but Xiao Quan suddenly came running here for some reason. Moreover, without even waiting for her to speak, he abruptly declared the end of the talent fair. Such behavior was simply incomprehensible. TL notes: 1 Silk Radish, Ling Luo. I am unsure if Silk Radish's real name is Ling Luo, or if she is just having others address her with her God's domain ID. My hesitance to deem it as her real name stems from the way Aqua Rose introduced Silk Radish in Chapter 553. My cousin goes by the name of Silk Radish in God's domain. The way Aqua worded it really made it sound like Silk Radish / Ling Luo is just a character name. FYI, Aqua Rose. S name is 100% a character name, and not Aqua's name in real life. Equals watercolored / light blue. Equals Rose. There might be people named Rose, but the surname watercolored does not exist as far as I know, at the very least. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3484, Chapter 558. I'll be taking them. Chapter 3484, Chapter 558. I'll be taking them. Chapter 558. I'll be taking them. Hasty. Xiao Quan scrutinized Xia Qingying in amusement. Then he faintly smiled and said, "In all the years you have spent in Silverfrost City, you have never taken more than 2 seconds to turn down my invitations, Qingying, but you've never seen me saying anything about it, have you? Moreover, I'm not the only one holding such an opinion, right?" Mr. Xiao Quan is right. These youngsters don't look particularly talented to me. Only the top 100 on the list are decent. There's no need to have the others remain. I agree. You know full well that the various cities have limited space, Vice President Xia. We should save these precious resources for more talented individuals. The executives of the various powers present hurriedly nodded and voiced their agreement with Xiao Quan, making it sound as if everything Xiao Quan had just stated was true. As you can see, Qingying, this is everyone's opinion. It isn't mine alone, Xiao Quan said as he swept a glance at the various powers executives. Then he smiled and continued, "A large part of why the Green God Corporation can have its current position in Silverfrost City is due to the efforts of these people here, so you shouldn't act too arbitrarily. Otherwise, you might put the Green God Corporation in a vulnerable position in Silverfrost City." Xia Qingying's expression had turned indescribably ugly at this point. While the Green God Corporation had multiple branches established across the greater world, only a handful were in second-tier cities. So, the corporation would suffer a heavy blow if it lost even one of these second-tier branches. Right now, Xia Qingying couldn't help but hesitate. Should she protect the 10,000 talents she had brought with her, or should she protect the Green God Corporation's second-tier branch? Are all of us going to get kicked out just like that? Jade River's face turned pale. Xia Qingying's silence already made it apparent that the situation was not in their favor. It was also obvious that the young man was not someone Xia Qingying could afford to offend. Jade River deeply yearned for the greater world. She had even planned to go down the most difficult and conservative path to stay in the greater world. Yet, now, she wouldn't even be allowed to go down this path. Even Vice President Xia doesn't have a solution? Silk Radish thought as she stared at Xia Qingying in disbelief. Unlike the other young talents present, she knew a lot more about the greater world thanks to her cousin. Her cousin had entered the greater world much sooner than everyone else, and she had even made some accomplishments for herself here. Meanwhile, out of all the people her cousin had talked extensively about, Xia Qingying was one of these people. Even in the greater world, Xia Qingying could be considered a remarkable figure. Her individual strength was leagues above the geniuses and paragons of their god's domain, and even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would have to show her some respect. Yet, now, Xia Qingying was looking helpless in front of the young man on stage, and all she could do was swallow her opinions. If even Xia Qingying was in such a state, what could budding talents like themselves possibly do in this situation? Are you still unconvinced, Qingying? Seeing Xia Qingying's silence, Xiao Quan snapped his fingers, summoning a young man to his side. I'll make things simple. He's the most useless member of the Silver Frost Legion. So long as any of your talents can beat him, I promise I won't say another word. Xiao Quan's words immediately aroused the hopes of the young men and women below the stage. The young man beside Xiao Quan looked 17 years old at most, whereas the youngest among them was 17, while the older ones were already 19. With a 2-year gap between them and the young man, they might have hope of winning, even if the young man in question was an inhabitant of the greater world. However, before any of the youths below the stage could act on their revitalized hope, the guides representing the Green God Corporation hurriedly whispered to them, "Don't act recklessly, you fools. That young man isn't a wastrel. He's already a 3-star mental strength master." A 3-star mental strength master? The many youths in the arena gasped. A 17-year-old 3-star mental strength master? It should be known that there wasn't even one mental strength master among them. 3-star mental strength masters were individuals wielding great authority in their homeworld's upper zones. Most of their families didn't even have a 3-star mental strength master, and many of them made it their lifelong goal to become one. Yet, now, it was revealed that the 17-year-old before them had already accomplished their lifelong goal. What? Nobody's coming forward? Xiao Quan sneered as he looked at the youngsters below the stage. What a bunch of useless people. If you can't even make use of the opportunity I've given you, why should I bother recruiting you? The youths in the arena clenched their fists and gritted their teeth in silent hatred when they heard Xiao Quan's words, and they couldn't help but get the urge to take on the 17-year-old young man. However, they also understood that they would only be bringing shame to the Green God Corporation and Xia Qingying if they were to give in to their urges now. After all, none of them had even the slightest chance of defeating a 3-star mental strength master. Since nobody has any more objections, this event is over, Xiao Quan declared after sweeping his gaze across the crowd in the arena. What a waste of my time. After Xiao Quan finished speaking, the various powers executives also got ready to leave, none showing any intentions of speaking up for Xia Qingying. However, immediately after the various powers executives got up from their seats, a deep voice echoed throughout the arena. Vice President Xia, I don't care about everyone else, but I will be taking them. Do you have any objections? Following these words, the arena fell silent once again as everyone turned to look at the voice's origin. Then, everyone saw a man in his 30s casually walking over to Xia Qingying on the stage, looking as if he was having a light conversation with an old friend. Guild leader Shi Feng? Xia Qingying was stunned when she saw Shi Feng. Although she had never officially introduced Xiao Quan, everybody present could more or less guess by the behaviors of the various powers executives that Xiao Quan wasn't someone to mess with. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's publicly recruiting someone as soon as Xiao Quan declared the end of the talent fair was no different than a slap to Xiao Quan's face. Immediately, Xiao Quan's expression could be seen darkening, and everyone present felt a chill crawling down their spines. Of course, Shi Feng was an exception, as he behaved as if he didn't even see Xiao Quan as he pointed at two young women below the stage. Is he talking about us? Jade River couldn't help but grow confused when she saw Shi Feng pointing at her and Silk Radish. Although she tried searching her memories, she failed to recall having ever met this casual-looking man. Could he be the man Big Sis was talking about? Silk Radish couldn't help but grow a little worried when she saw Shi Feng's appearance. Silk Radish's goal was to remain in the greater world, but now that a big shot like Xiao Quan had already declared for them to leave, they would most likely be sent back to their homeworld if nothing unexpected occurred. So, she couldn't help but wonder if her cousin's helper could truly help her out of this predicament. Who the hell are you, kid? How dare you run your mouth on this stage? The Green God Corporation is getting worse and worse. How can such a rude nobody be invited to such an important event? When the executives of the Green God Corporation's partner powers failed to recognize Shi Feng, they started questioning and condemning him as if they were denouncing a criminal. Meanwhile, Shi Feng smiled as he swept his gaze across the various powers executives. Then he said, "Who am I? Someone you cannot afford to offend. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3485, Chapter 559, 2-star Limit Grandmaster. Chapter 3485, Chapter 559, 2-star Limit Grandmaster. Chapter 559, 2-star Limit Grandmaster. Is he crazy? Xia Qingying couldn't help but gape in shock when she saw Shi Feng completely disregarding Xiao Quan and the various powers executives. It was one thing for Shi Feng to provoke Xiao Quan previously. After all, Shi Feng wasn't aware of Xiao Quan's identity at the time. At worst, he would simply lose the ability to operate in Silverfrost City in the future. However, it was a different story to show such contempt for the various powers executives. Xiao Quan cherished his reputation dearly, so even if he were to take action against Shi Feng, he wouldn't do so openly. The various powers executives, on the other hand, were all dominant figures of third-tier cities, and they had fought using all sorts of means to achieve their current positions. Moreover, unlike Xiao Quan, Shi Feng had no special background in the greater world. So, the various executives absolutely wouldn't have any qualms about escalating the situation and picking a fight with Shi Feng. Someone we cannot afford to offend. What bold words you have there, you little punk. It seems becoming a 1-star grandmaster has gotten to your head. Do you really think of yourself as some kind of big shot? Since the Green God Corporation is unwilling to teach this kid a lesson, we'll do it instead. Anyone interested in volunteering? The various powers executives openly discussed teaching Shi Feng a lesson, none of them treating him with any significance. According to their senses, Shi Feng was only at the 1-star mental strength grandmaster standard, and going by his appearance, he should be someone in his 30s. In third-tier cities, anyone capable of becoming a 1-star grandmaster in their 30s would indeed be considered a rare genius. In fact, Shi Feng could still be considered a genius even in a second-tier city like Silverfrost City. Take the 17-year-old standing beside Xiao Quan, for example. The young man might have become a 3-star master at such a young age, but his chances of becoming a 1-star grandmaster before he entered his 30s were considerably slim. There might only be a 1-rank difference between a 3-star master and a one-star grandmaster. But the gap was like a chasm. There was even a clear division in status between individuals at the two ranks. So long as a person became a one-star grandmaster, they could unconditionally enter any mobile city in the greater world. They wouldn't have to provide any credentials or pay any fees. This held true even for first-tier cities. Of course, whether a one-star grandmaster could gain residential qualifications in a first-tier mobile city was another matter. Meanwhile, so long as a person wasn't a mental strength grandmaster, even if they were to become a 3-star mental strength master before the age of 10, they would need credentials to even enter a third-tier city. Otherwise, they could only look at the city from the outside. While the various powers executives were talking, Xia Qingying, who had originally planned to mediate the situation, became frozen in place. A one-star grandmaster, Xia Qingying couldn't help but doubt her senses. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel as if she was meeting Shifeng for the first time. She clearly remembered that the first time she met Shifeng, the other party wasn't even a one-star mental strength master. And even by the end of the Star Lake Legion's recruitment test, Shifeng had only become a 2-star master. How long had it only been since Shifeng joined the Star Lake Legion? How had he become a 1-star grandmaster already? Vice President Xia. While I don't know why the Green God Corporation would invite such an arrogant punk, if I don't teach him a lesson now that he has offended us like so, I'll be unable to show my face in Morning Dew City, a savage-looking man suddenly said as he looked at Xia Qingying. The man looked to be in his 40s, and he had a towering body with a height of 2.5 meters. I hope you can show some understanding. After saying so, the tall and savage man strode toward Shifeng, not showing Xia Qingying, the host of today's talent fair, any respect. However, nobody on the stage found the savage man's behavior and words surprising. Even Xiao Quan simply smiled in response to the savage man's actions. Old Sun is as impulsive as ever, Xiao Quan commented as he looked at the savage-looking man. Then he turned to Xia Qingying and smiled, saying, "Don't take Old Sun's behavior to heart, Qingying. He has always been like this. If anything happens, I can have someone send that kid to the hospital." Morning Dew City's Madman Sun. Even in Silver Frost City, this name was considerably famous. Madman Sun was only 43 this year, yet he had already crippled over 1,000 mental strength grandmasters in Morning Dew City, with quite a few of his victims being 2-star grandmasters. Madman Sun had even crippled the head of one of Silver Frost City's powerful families without a second thought after the other party provoked him. Although Xiao Quan was also a 2-star grandmaster and possessed a wealth of combat experience like Madman Sun, even he couldn't help but be a little fearful of the savage man. This was because Madman Sun was not only crazy, but he was also ruthless in battle. Every one of his moves was executed with either the intent to kill or cripple, without putting his life on the line. Xiao Quan was not the least bit confident in winning a fight against Madman Sun. Meanwhile, as Madman Sun moved closer and closer to Shifeng, the crowd below the stage couldn't help but worry for Shifeng. This was because Madman Sun didn't look like a human at all. Indeed, Madman Sun could no longer be considered a human. After all, just a second ago, Madman Sun was clearly only 5 meters tall. Yet, a second later, his body started to bulk up in size, his muscles visibly expanding, and his veins bulging like earthworms crawling all over his body. Then, in only 5 seconds, Madman Sun had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. So, this is the body manipulation ability of 2-star grandmasters. Silk Radish was greatly shocked when she saw Madman Sun's transformation. What separated mental strength grandmasters from mental strength masters wasn't just their mental strength, but also their ability to control their bodies. A mental strength grandmaster could break the limits on not only their physical strength, but also their physical growth. However, before today, Silk Radish had only ever heard of such a feat being possible. This was her first time seeing it happening in person. "Kid, you said earlier that you are someone we cannot afford to offend. How about you try saying it again?" Madman Sun threatened as he stood imposingly in front of Shifeng. As soon as Madman Sun finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped his hand down on Shifeng. With his current height of 3 meters, Madman Sun's arms were as thick as water buckets, while his hand was like a large pot. And as he smashed down with his hand, an explosive noise could be heard coming from the surrounding air. Seeing Madman Sun's attack, everyone present did not doubt that Shifeng would be flattened by it. Even if Shifeng tried to defend himself with his arms, nothing would change. However, even after seeing the huge palm descending toward him, Shifeng remained unfazed as he lifted one of his hands. The next moment, Shifeng's dainty hand could be seen grabbing onto Madman Sun's wrist, stopping Madman Sun's hand in its tracks. Immediately afterward, Shifeng rotated his body and executed a throw. Subsequently, Madman Sun's 3-meter-tall body could be seen spinning across the air like a rag doll and crashing onto the stage's solid ground, the heavy impact causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell unconscious. Suddenly, the whole arena fell silent as everyone stared at Madman Sun's unconscious body in disbelief. "You are a 2-star limit Grandmaster." When the various powers executives snapped out of their daze, they turned to look at Shifeng with a grave expression. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3486, Chapter 560, Xia Qingying's Madness. Chapter 3486, Chapter 560, Xia Qingying's Madness. Chapter 560, Xia Qingying's Madness. Radish. "This person is so strong," Jade River exclaimed to Silk Radish when she saw how easily Shifeng had stopped Madman Sun's attack and subsequently thrown the giant of a man. Then she turned to Silk Radish and asked, "Say, do you think we have a chance to stay here?" Previously, Jade River hadn't thought much about Shifeng's declaration to recruit her and Silk Radish. After all, even a big shot like Xia Qingying dared not go against Xiao Quan. However, after seeing how handily Shifeng had defeated the monster like Madman Sun, Jade River couldn't help but start to think that Shifeng might truly be able to let her and Silk Radish remain in the greater world. Probably. Silk Radish also grew excited when she saw Shifeng's performance. She never expected her cousin to find an expert of such caliber to come and recruit her. A 2-star limit Grandmaster. Those ignorant of the greater world's matters, such as Jade River, wouldn't necessarily understand the significance of a 2-star limit Grandmaster. However, as Aqua Rosa's cousin, Silk Radish knew just how exalted the status of 2-star limit Grandmasters was. For 99% of the individuals who managed to become a 1-star mental strength Grandmaster in the greater world, the best they could hope to achieve within their lifetimes would be the 2-star Grandmaster standard. This was the case for the various powers executives standing on the stage. None of them had any hopes of ever becoming a 2-star limit Grandmaster. This was because becoming a 2-star limit Grandmaster meant taking half a step into the realm of 3-star Grandmasters, and it would only be a matter of time before they became a full-fledged 3-star Grandmaster. It should be known that 3-star mental strength Grandmasters were existences capable of becoming the lord of a city in the greater world, and even in conglomerates, they would occupy core executive positions. While 2-star limit Grandmasters weren't 3-star Grandmasters, they would still be regarded as big shots in second-tier cities, and the various families and corporations operating in these cities would have to show them a certain degree of respect. "This kid's a 2-star limit Grandmaster." A frown formed on Xiao Quan's face as the abrupt turn of events took him by surprise. Madman Sun was first-rate even among 2-star mental strength Grandmasters. aside from 3-star grandmasters. Only 2-star limit grandmasters could defeat him so easily. As for the possibility of Shi Feng being above the 3-star grandmaster standard, that likelihood was close to zero. This was because every one of these existences could shake the entire Starlight continent with their actions. It was highly unlikely any existence above the 3-star grandmaster standard would concern themselves with existences like the Green God Corporation. However, after Xiao Quan experienced a brief surprise, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. A 2-star limit grandmaster might be able to scare powers operating in third-tier cities, but he was the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. Even 3-star grandmasters would have to show him some respect, let alone a 2-star limit grandmaster. Don't you think it is a bit too much to use such heavy-handed tactics? Xiao Quan said to Shi Feng as he glanced at the unconscious madman Sun. Or do you think you can act with disregard in Silver Frost City simply because you are a 2-star limit grandmaster? Following Xiao Quan's words, the various powers executives on stage regained some of their confidence. That's right. You are in Silver Frost City, right now. This isn't a place where you can behave as you wish. Mr. Xiao Quan is the city lord's son. Even 3-star grandmasters will have to be polite with him. What right do you have to act so arrogantly as a 2-star limit grandmaster? The various powers executives all stood with Xiao Quan and began to clamor. It was especially so after they saw the arrival of the city's security teams. It was true that 2-star limit grandmasters enjoyed an exalted status in the greater world. If they were currently in a third-tier city, they would absolutely try to avoid provoking Shi Feng as much as possible. Only the city lord and the various powerful families and corporations' old monsters would have an advantage over him. However, it was a different story in a second-tier city like Silverfrost City. The security force here was so strong that even 3-star grandmasters wouldn't dare to go against it directly, let alone a 2-star limit grandmaster. All second-tier mobile cities had a security force consisting of advanced enforcement robots. Meanwhile, every one of these was strong enough to match a 2-star limit grandmaster, while a team of them could go up against a 3-star grandmaster. Meanwhile, after detecting the fight between Shi Feng and Madman Sun, Silver Frost City's automated security system mobilized as many as 3 security teams to the fight scene. If these 3 teams worked together, apprehending a 2-star limit grandmaster would be a piece of cake. Less than 10 seconds after they appeared, the 3 security teams had already arrived on the stage and surrounded Shi Feng, their performance astonishing those who lived in third-tier cities. Advanced enforcement robots were a luxury that most third-tier cities could only afford to use in areas of great importance. As for maintaining the city's security, third-tier cities would normally rely on their respective city legions' grandmaster members for that. This was also one source of income for a city legion's grandmaster members. It seems this city is quite wealthy, Shi Feng thought as he looked at the 3 security teams that consisted entirely of advanced enforcement robots. Advanced enforcement robots could only be produced by a small minority of conglomerates, and even the likes of the Paimon conglomerate lacked the ability to do so. As a result, advanced enforcement robots were incredibly expensive to purchase. On top of that, they also cost a ton to maintain, with the maintenance cost of each advanced enforcement robot being more than the cost to sustain 10 2-star mental strength grandmasters. As for whether Shi Feng could win a fight against 3 teams of advanced enforcement robots, the chances of that happening were essentially zero. After all, he was only a 1-star grandmaster right now, not a 2-star limit grandmaster. The reason Shi Feng could defeat Madman Sun so easily was entirely because of the mental condensation technique he had learned from the primordial abyssal god's phantom in the Golden Spire. When he tried to replicate this technique in the real world, it allowed him to condense his mental strength, enhancing it to the limits of the 2-star grandmaster standard. This, in turn, allowed him to just barely manipulate his strength at a cellular level. If not for this, he would have needed a lot more time to defeat Madman Sun. If Shifeng wanted to win against the advanced enforcement robots, his mental strength would have to reach the 2-star Grandmaster standard. Before that, his only option would be to flee or face defeat. Meanwhile, along with the advanced enforcement robot's appearance, Silk Radish and Jade River couldn't help but despair. They never thought that Xiao Quan would be the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. If such a person declared for them to leave the greater world, who could possibly keep them here? They also no longer placed any of their hopes on Shifeng. After all, Shifeng clearly wasn't in an optimistic situation. If he dared to take action, the advanced enforcement robots would probably suppress him without hesitation. What are you guards still waiting for? Why haven't you driven this troublemaker away yet? The various powers executives commanded the advanced enforcement robots as they pointed at Shifeng. We suspect he isn't an invited guest and is only here to cause trouble. Xiao Quan also nodded, indicating for the advanced enforcement robots to take action. The city's advanced enforcement robots operated on the basis of maintaining the city's security. However, those wielding advanced authority in the city could have the advanced enforcement robots inspect whether certain individuals possessed citizenship in the city. And if an individual was found to not be a resident, they could command the advanced enforcement robots to expel said individual from the city. The advanced enforcement robots promptly closed in on Shifeng after receiving Xiao Quan's approval. Seeing this, nobody present was surprised by this outcome. Shifeng might be a powerful expert, but Silver Frost City was Xiao Quan's home ground. Even if a third-tier city's city lord came here, they would be helpless against Xiao Quan, and their only option would be to grit their teeth and leave. Wait, he is my guest. Rather than him, these people here are the ones making trouble. Just as the advanced enforcement robots were about to take action, a crisp and loud voice rang out and echoed throughout the arena, causing a stir among the crowd. Meanwhile, the speaker was none other than Xia Qingying, the host of the talent fair this time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3487, Chapter 561, Zero Wings Value. Chapter 3487, Chapter 561, Zero Wings Value. Chapter 561, Zero Wings Value. Did Xia Qingying lose her mind? When everyone heard the words that came out of Xia Qingying's mouth, they couldn't help but doubt their ears. Is Vice President Xia crazy? Those are the Green God Corporation's distinguished guests we are talking about. Xiao Quan is even among them. How dare she do such a thing? A 1-star mental strength grandmaster from the Green God Corporation mentally exclaimed as he stared at Xia Qingying with his mouth hanging wide open. Those invited to attend the talent fair this time were all distinguished powers operating in the various third-tier cities. These powers shared plenty of business transactions with the Green God Corporation, and they were even vital investors in some of the Green God Corporation's projects. Yet now, Xia Qingying was reporting the representatives of these powers as uninvited troublemakers to the city's security force. Such behavior was no different than an act of war against all of these powers. What kind of relationship does that guy have with the vice president? Crap, I must have forgotten to wake up today. The other Green God Corporation members present were similarly confused by Xia Qingying's actions. They couldn't comprehend why she would try to offend the various powers and thoroughly sever any ties she had with Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan was the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. If he were to get kicked out of an event held within Silver Frost City, it would be a disgrace to the city. There was no way the city lord would ignore this slight, and the least he would do was drive the Green God Corporation out of the city. Who is this man? How did your cousin find such a helper, Radish? Jade River couldn't help but ask Silk Radish while her eyes stayed on Xia Qingying. It should be known that Xia Qingying was still enduring the humiliation brought to her by Xiao Quan and the various powers executives previously. Yet, because of Shifeng, she had chosen to sever all ties she had with these people. "I have no idea," Silk Radish said with a look of surprise and shock. In their eyes, Xia Qingying was akin to a legend. This was also the case for all of the youths living in their homeworld's upper zones. After all, she was someone who succeeded in becoming a senior vice president of the Green God Corporation at such a young age. Yet, now, this legendary individual had chosen to sever the ties she had with numerous powers in the greater world for a man they had never even heard of. She had even offended a second-tier city in the process of doing so. Xia Qingying's decision was simply incomprehensible. If the Green God Corporation's directors were to learn of this matter, Xia Qingying would absolutely lose her position as senior vice president. Numerous powers and Silver Frost City would also target her. "Are you insane, Xia Qingying?" Xiao Quan questioned Xia Qingying, his voice containing a mix of surprise and anger. "You're going so far just for a 2-star limit grandmaster?" Besides feeling anger, Xiao Quan also failed to comprehend Xia Qingying's behavior. The Green God Corporation held an extremely high status in Silver Frost City, and this status could only be matched by the ancient families and corporations with 3-star mental strength grandmasters. Yet, now, Xia Qingying chose to abandon this status just for a 2-star limit grandmaster. Looking at Xiao Quan, Xia Qingying calmly said, "He is not just a 2-star limit grandmaster. He is also Zero Wing's acting guild leader." Zero Wing, the guild of the Lord of War goddesses. Xiao Quan and the various powers executives promptly gasped upon hearing Xia Qingying's words. If it was any other guild in the greater god's domain, they would most likely be unfamiliar with it. However, Zero Wing had already become a name known by all throughout the Starlight continent. This was because almost everyone knew that the Sacred Glory List's 11th-ranked expert belonged to a guild called Zero Wing. Although most people were unfamiliar with the player named Black Flame, they knew the significance of the Sacred Glory List's 11th rank. It was enough to strike fear into the Starlight Realm's various powers. Not to mention, ever since Black Flame single-handedly repelled the joint army of 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world, many upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the Starlight Realm had sought to partner with Zero Wing. "He's Zero Wing's acting guild leader?" Silk Radish and Jade River also gasped in surprise when they heard Xia Qingying's words. Zero Wing. This was the guild that all of the younger generation players from their world wished to join. Some people had even abandoned all of their progress on the main continent so that they could take Zero Wing's recruitment test in the miniature ancient world. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had stopped recruiting members from the real world. Otherwise, geniuses like them wouldn't have bothered participating in the Green God Corporation's audition. Instead, they would have gone to apply for Zero Wing. So what if you have latched onto Zero Wing? Don't forget that you have offended everyone present, Xia Qingying. At the end of the day, Zero Wing is only a guild with potential. It has no way of resolving your current problems. After recovering from his initial surprise, Xiao Quan sneered at Xia Qingying. Moreover, you have no idea who and what power you have just offended. Before Xiao Quan could continue speaking any further, the advanced enforcement robots had already removed him and the various powers executives from the arena. The arena they were in was reserved for the Green God Corporation's talent fair. As the event's host, Xia Qingying had absolute authority over the entire venue. Hence, even if Xiao Quan held advanced authority in the city, the advanced enforcement robots would prioritize Xia Qingying's commands over his. This was something not even the city lord could change. Meanwhile, after seeing Xiao Quan and the various powers executives removed from the arena, those remaining in the venue couldn't help but be shaken. At the same time, news of this situation quickly spread throughout Silverfrost City, shocking everyone in the city. Madness. This is madness. A major upheaval is going to happen in the city after today. I heard that the city lord has promptly contacted all of Silverfrost City's top-tier powers after learning of this matter. It seems he's planning to thoroughly expel the Green God Corporation from the city. Do you think Silverfrost City is the only one taking action? I heard that all of those third-tier powers involved this time have withdrawn their investments from the Green God Corporation. Xia Qingying is absolutely in deep trouble. I also heard those powers have secretly contacted the other powers of their respective cities, asking them to reject any talent from the Green God Corporation's homeworld. By the looks of things, they plan to thoroughly isolate the Green God Corporation and Zero Wing. Less than 10 minutes after Xiao Quan and the various powers executives were removed from the arena, information regarding Xia Qingying's actions had already spread to all corners of the city, inciting the astonishment of the various powers and families based in the city. Was it truly worth sacrificing so much just for an up-and-coming guild? Meanwhile, half an hour after Silverfrost City had announced its intentions to expel the Green God Corporation and Sure Foam from the city, news of this incident was displayed in the conference room of the Green God Corporation's main headquarters. Everyone, give your opinions. What should we do about this? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3488, Chapter 562. Next stop, Zero Wing. Chapter 3488, Chapter 562. Next stop, Zero Wing. Chapter 562. Next stop, Zero Wing. Silverfrost City, Green God Corporation's branch headquarters. Following Silverfrost City's eviction order against the Green God Corporation, almost everyone in the city no longer dared to get close to the corporation's branch headquarters. Currently, the only people present in the branch headquarters were the corporation's members. You have terrible luck, Luosha. You just joined the Silverfrost Legion, yet you got kicked out before you could enjoy any of its benefits, a tanned woman with an attractive figure and beautiful appearance said as she looked at the suitcase-carrying girl beside her. With your talent, you could have definitely become a vice commander in the future. It's unfortunate that the ruthless city lord refuses to spare even newcomers like yourself. Isn't it even worse for you, Big Sis Fire Dance? June, Luosha said, sighing as she looked at the tanned woman beside her. You have won multiple energy mines for the city, and you relied entirely on your own strength and achievements to become Silverfrost City's 5th vice commander. Yet, as soon as the city lord's eviction notice came out, the shameless commander told you to leave without hesitation. He has completely ignored the fact that it was thanks to your vote that he barely managed to become the Silverfrost Legion's commander and didn't even bother to plead with the city lord for some mercy for you. Hearing June Luosha's words, Fire Dance shook her head and nonchalantly said, "It's nothing. If I didn't give my vote to him, Xiao Quan would have become the commander. Had that happened, we would have been in a far more miserable situation." I guess that's true, June Luosha nodded. Xiao Quan possessed considerable strength as he received the city lord's full support and guidance. Hence, he was qualified to become the Silverfrost Legion's commander. However, Xiao Quan was very opinionated toward the Green God Corporation's members because Xia Qingying constantly rejected his feelings for her. Had he become the Silverfrost Legion's commander, all of the Green God Corporation's members in the Legion would have had difficulties getting by. As for the Green God Corporation's members' dismissal from the Silverfrost Legion, this time, the City Lord's eviction order wasn't actually the main driving force. Had the City Lord been the only party to desire this outcome, the removal of the Green God Corporation's members would have never happened. The only reason it happened was because many parties wished for it. After all, the City Legion had limited membership slots. Once these limited slots were filled, nobody could join the Legion unless someone from the Legion left. What plans do you have for the future? Fire Dance asked Jun Luosha. We can't stay in Silverfrost City any longer. But with our history of being part of the Silverfrost Legion, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to get into the City Legion of other second-tier cities. I don't plan to join any other second-tier city's legion, Jun Luosha said. Then a smile suddenly appeared on her face as she continued. Actually, even if I weren't kicked out this time, I would have still left sooner or later. You were planning to leave all this time? Her curiosity piqued. Fire Dance asked, Did you find a place offering better benefits? Naturally. It's easily 1,000 times better than the Silverfrost Legion, Jun Luosha stated confidently. Why don't you come with me, Big Sis Fire Dance? Which place are you talking about? Fire Dance asked after giving the offer some thought. Could it be the Legion of a first-tier city? No, Jun Luosha answered, smiling when she saw the confused look on Fire Dance's face. It's a place that you've heard about recently. Are you talking about Zero Wing? Fire Dance was exasperated. Have you forgotten who's responsible for me losing my vice commander position? It's merely the vice commander position of a second-tier city, Jun Luosha said disdainfully. Zero Wing is vastly stronger than any second-tier city, and it easily outmatches the Silverfrost Legion. Keep boasting, Fire Dance said, rolling her eyes at Jun Luosha's claim. She felt that Jun Luosha was simply being stubborn. The Silverfrost Legion was a second-tier city's city legion, and it was a gathering place for numerous geniuses and paragons. Many upper-ranking hegemonic powers' paragons were even members of the Legion. This was why competition for the Silverfrost Legion's membership was extraordinarily intense. Zero Wing might have been able to suppress 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world, but Black Flame was the sole contributor to that accomplishment. In reality, Zero Wing couldn't even be put on the same level as the Silverfrost Legion, which housed the paragons of many upper-ranking hegemonic powers. So, saying that Zero Wing outmatched the Silverfrost Legion was simply nonsense. After all, no matter how powerful Black Flame was, could he kill hundreds of paragons in a simulated battle all by himself? Wouldn't you know whether I'm telling the truth if you make a trip to Star Lake City with me, Big Sis Fire Dance? Jun Luosha said, grinning when she saw the doubt on Fire Dance's face. If it were before she had entered the Eternal Realm, she would have similarly thought that the Silverfrost Legion was an excellent place to develop herself in. However, her thoughts changed after she entered the Eternal Realm. Members of a second-tier city's legion, paragons of upper-ranking hegemonic powers, geniuses of the Starlight Realm, none of these statuses were worth anything in the Eternal Realm. Even the strongest paragon of an entire realm would become insignificant once they entered the Eternal Realm. Any random player one encountered in the current Eternal Realm would be a 4th-floor expert at the very least, while titled experts in the Greater Gods domain couldn't even be considered an expert there. It should be known that 5th-floor experts were extremely rare in the Starlight Realm, yet this was only the baseline standard to be considered an expert in the Eternal Realm. Moreover, experts of such caliber could be seen everywhere in the underground Crystal Palace. During her time in the underground Crystal Palace, she even had the opportunity to watch saints in battle. Saints. Every saint stood at the apex of their respective realms, and opportunities to watch saints in action were exceedingly rare. Yet, she had witnessed no less than 20 such fights in the underground Crystal Palace. Not to mention, there were even Golden Masters present in the team she belonged to. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, even without Black Flame, the current Zero Wing could eradicate the Silverfrost Legion with only a couple of members. Fine, I'll go with you, Fire Dance said, thinking that she might as well take a look at Zero Wing, since she had nothing better to do. But let me say this in advance. I will leave without hesitation if Zero Wing doesn't turn out as great as you say. No problem. Jun Luosha smiled and nodded. Fire Dance was a battle maniac, so Jun Luosha highly doubted Fire Dance would be willing to leave Zero Wing once she joined it. After all, the current Zero Wing was simply terrifying. It should be known the current Silver Frost Legion only had one fifth-floor expert at its command, whereas Zero Wing had over 100. Moreover, this number was rapidly increasing over time. Green God Corporation's branch headquarters, top floor lounge. I'm sorry for the embarrassing sight I've shown you this time. Guild leader Shifeng, Xia Qingying awkwardly said after looking at the city lord's ultimatum. Originally, she had invited Zero Wing to the talent fair, hoping that Zero Wing could recruit some of their homeworld's geniuses. However, she never thought the talent fair would experience such an unexpected development. The Green God Corporation was even informed to return all of its properties in Silver Frost City and vacate all of its members from the city in 3 days or face the consequences. You don't have to say that, Miss Xia, Shifeng said while looking out the window and sweeping his gaze across Silver Frost City. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have probably been kicked out of the city by now. You are too humble, guild leader Xia Qingying said, shaking her head. With your strength, I believe it wouldn't be challenging for you to shake off those advanced enforcement robots. Moreover, with Zero Wing's potential, I would probably be plagued by regret for the rest of my life had I chosen to stay silent in that situation. Rank 11th on the Sacred Glory list. Only she knew how much this ranking underplayed Zero Wing's potential. At this time, Shifeng retracted his gaze from the view outside the window and asked, Miss Xia, are you interested in Silver Frost City? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3489, Chapter 563, Third Method. Chapter 3489, Chapter 563, Third Method, Chapter 563. Third Method. Am I interested in Silver Frost City? Xia Qingying looked at Shifeng in confusion. May I know what you mean by that, guild leader Shifeng? It had already been over 4 centuries since Silver Frost City ruled over this region as a second-tier city, and the city's city lord position had never changed hands. It was also because of this city lord that Silver Frost City could protect its rank for over 4 centuries. Meanwhile, the number of upper-ranking hegemonic powers based in the city continuously increased throughout these 4 centuries. By now, there were at least 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers rooted here. Because of this, Silver Frost City was above average compared to the several neighboring second-tier cities. It wasn't an existence that could be shaken by just 1 or 2 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. This would remain the case even if the Green God Corporation were included in the mix. Not to mention, Silver Frost City's city lord was only half a step away from entering the realm above grandmasters. So long as he succeeded, even the conglomerates operating on the Starlight continent would have to show him a certain degree of respect. There are 3 ways to take over a city in the greater world, Shifeng stated as he looked Xia Qingying in the eye. The first method is to have a 3-star Grandmaster contest for the position of City Lord. The second method is to take control of the city's City Legion in its entirety. That way, you can decide the city's fate with a thought. As for the third method, it is to set a bounty. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, Xia Qingying grew even more puzzled. Set a bounty? The first method mentioned was the most commonly used means of taking over a mobile city. It was especially popular among the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Typically, if an upper-ranking hegemonic power fancied a particular second-tier city, it would establish a base of operations there before having its own 3-star mental strength Grandmaster compete for the City Lord position. If the 3-star Grandmaster managed to gain the approval of half of the city's residents, the position would change owners. For this method, the chosen 3-star Grandmaster needed to be strong enough. At the very least, they would need to be as strong as the current city lord. Otherwise, they would have difficulty gaining the citizens' approval. After all, only a powerful city lord could ensure the city's safety. As for the second method, the chances of achieving success with it were much lower. A city legion generally recruited members from all over the place. Hence, it was almost impossible for a single power to monopolize all of a city legion's slots. Normally, this method would only be used by pseudo-apex powers in a hurry to expand their territory. Meanwhile, the way they would go about doing so was by having a large number of their talents join the targeted city's city legion, outcompete the legion's other members, and deprive the competition of resources. However, this method would only rarely be used. As for the third method Shifeng mentioned, this was the first time Xia Qingying had heard about it. Seeing Xia Qingying's confused look, Shifeng chuckled and explained, "This method has only been successfully employed a handful of times throughout the greater world's history, so it's not surprising that you don't know about it, Miss Xia. By setting a bounty, I mean placing a bounty in the greater god's domain on every member of the targeted city's city legion, and forcing them to leave the city legion." In reality, Shifeng only knew of 2 instances where the third method had been used, and both happened during his previous life. The first instance happened when Demon's Gate placed a bounty on Zero Wing, while the second instance happened when Zero Wing placed a bounty on Demon's Gate. These 2 bounties had shaken the entire greater god's domain when they occurred. Now, he planned to initiate a third instance, letting Silverfrost City know the price of targeting his friends and allies. This would also be a warning to any city that dared to think of supporting Demon's Gate, the mastermind behind this whole affair. Should any city dare to support Demon's Gate in messing with him in the future, he would have the whole city disappear from the greater world. That's simply unfeasible. Xia Qingying was surprised by Shifeng's explanation. The cost of doing so is completely disproportionate to the rewards. Moreover, who can possibly afford such an undertaking? We are talking about placing a bounty on all of the powers involved in the city legion. It is doable, Shifeng stated confidently. So long as we cast a sufficiently tempting bait, someone will take on the task. Bait. Xia Qingying felt a little confused. Are you going to use a divine artifact as bait? What kind of bait would be tempting enough to get players and powers to go up against 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers simultaneously? A divine artifact, even a divine artifact, would most likely be insufficient as bait. 2 divine artifacts would be needed at the very least. However, only a lunatic would probably use 2 divine artifacts or more to take over a second-tier city. Not to mention, if Zero Wing revealed that it had 2 or more divine artifacts in its possession, everyone would probably decide that it would be easier to rob Zero Wing instead. That won't be necessary. Shifeng shook his head. There is a simpler solution, and it is even something you are best at. Something I'm best at. Xia Qingying was thoroughly confused at this point. She was not proficient at constructing divine artifacts. She couldn't even construct fragmented divine artifacts. Divine patterns. Smiling, Shifeng said, "You should have heard of them before, right, Miss Xia?" "You mean that lost art?" Nodding, Xia Qingying said, "I know about it. According to legends, divine patterns can strengthen items, raising their basic attributes by close to 1 rank. However, the art has disappeared from the greater god's domain ever since the mythical era's ancient divine war, and only scarce remnants of divine patterns remain. Although various powers have tried researching it, nobody has achieved any noteworthy results thus far. Could you have found remnant records of divine patterns? Guild leader Shifeng? Divine patterns were indeed highly sought after in the greater god's domain, their attractiveness no less than that of secret treasures. After all, the items produced by players generally had similar basic attributes, so long as they were of the same quality. If players could increase the basic attributes of a piece of equipment, Even if only by 1%, they would gain an extra 10% in basic attributes, or more if they could do so for all of their weapons and equipment. This would give them a significant advantage over other players with the same weapons and equipment quality. No, I don't have any remnant records of divine patterns, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Then, he tapped on the quantum watch on his hand, summoning a holographic projection of the basic divine pattern he had previously created, saying, I have obtained a complete divine engraver legacy. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, the lounge became incredibly quiet as Xia Qingying looked at Shifeng as if he was joking with her. It wasn't just a remnant record. It wasn't just a complete record, either. It wasn't even multiple complete records of divine patterns. Instead, it was a complete divine engraver legacy. If Shifeng wasn't fooling her, then she must be dreaming. It should be known that becoming an official divine engraver would allow one to strengthen fragmented legendary items, letting them receive a qualitative improvement. If a player were fully equipped with fragmented legendary items strengthened by a divine engraver, the additional basic attributes they could obtain would be equivalent to the basic attributes of a legendary weapon. Even in the current Greater Gods domain, legendary weapons remained so rare that upper-ranking hegemonic powers could only afford to lend them to their peerless paragons. However, it was a different story for fragmented legendary items. Even ordinary hegemonic powers used full sets of fragmented legendary items as standard equipment for their paragons. If Shifeng was telling the truth, what he had in his hand could rewrite the history of the Greater Gods domain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3490, Chapter 564, Frightening Wealth. Chapter 3490, Chapter 564, Frightening Wealth. Chapter 564, Frightening Wealth. Are you sure you aren't joking with me? Guild Leader Shifeng? Xia Qingying couldn't help but ask when she saw the basic divine pattern displayed above Shifeng's watch. Silverfrost City is just a second-tier city. I doubt anybody would believe you would share the complete divine engraver legacy with them just to deal with Silverfrost City. The divine engraver subclass had long become extinct in the Greater Gods domain. Although there were some players capable of creating divine patterns, they could only create a couple of incomplete varieties, and they weren't actually recognized as divine engravers. Even so, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers still highly sought these faux divine engravers. If a true divine engraver appeared in such a situation, even the various apex powers would probably have difficulties sitting still. Not to mention, they were talking about a legacy capable of mass-producing divine engravers here. So long as Shifeng gave the word, he could easily get his hands on even a first-tier mobile city, let alone a second-tier mobile city like Silverfrost City. Meanwhile, all Shifeng needed to do was give his helpers one opportunity to learn the divine engraver legacy. Yet now, Shifeng intended to share the complete divine engraver legacy with her just so she could take control of Silverfrost City. If Silverfrost City's city lord were to learn of this, he would probably have a heart attack. This was bullying of the highest order. You have misunderstood, Miss Xia, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the shocked look on Xia Qingying's face. If we are only talking about Silverfrost City, it naturally wouldn't be worthwhile for me to take out the divine engraver legacy. My goal is to establish a partnership with you, Miss Xia. Taking control of Silverfrost City is only the first step of this partnership. The divine engraver legacy recorded in the Book of Eternity was no trivial matter. Even if he revealed only a small portion of it, it would be enough to cause an uproar throughout the entire Greater Gods domain. If it were only to get payback for Xia Qingying, Shifeng wouldn't need to share the divine engraver legacy. Establish a partnership with me? Xia Qingying blinked her eyes in confusion, her mind having difficulties processing Shifeng's words. She was only one of the Green God Corporation's senior vice presidents. Even though she had previously shown strong support for Shifeng, that was only because she deemed Zero Wing to have great potential. Even if Shifeng sought to repay her gesture, she highly doubted he would use the Divine Engraver legacy to establish a partnership with her. After all, that was something incredibly tempting, even to the various apex powers. As an advanced member of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, your connections vastly surpass the average corporation, Miss Xia. The Green God Corporation is also established in quite a number of mobile cities, Shifeng calmly explained. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you how precious the Divine Engraver legacy is. If information about it were to leak, it would result in a calamity of epic proportions for Zero Wing. Zero Wing is currently looking to nurture a large batch of Divine Engravers, but it is rather difficult for players to become one. If we wish to conduct this large-scale operation in secret, we will require your help to select a group of trustworthy talents from the various mobile cities. In exchange for your help, we can give you 10% of all profits generated by the Divine Engravers you recruit. What do you think? The cultivation of Divine Engravers was a challenging task. Not only did it require a large amount of resources, but it also required talent. If Zero Wing were to openly recruit lifestyle players, the guild would cease to exist in both the Greater God's domain and the greater world before it could even finish nurturing its first batch of Divine Engravers. Hence, this cultivation process must be conducted secretly. Meanwhile, by having Xia Qingying help in the recruitment process, not only could Zero Wing recruit more talents, but it would also ensure the secrecy of the entire operation. In addition, Xia Qingying could also handle the sale of the divine patterns produced later on using her connections with the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Out of everyone Shifeng knew, Xia Qingying was the best partner candidate he could think of at present. Furthermore, Silverfrost City had a large population, ranking near the top among the surrounding second-tier cities. The region it occupied was even home to the Frost Spring, which produced water capable of clearing and calming the drinker's mind. During Shifeng's previous life, many lifestyle players migrated to Silverfrost City because of the Frost Spring, as drinking the spring's water helped with their research and growth both inside and outside God's domain. One could say that Silverfrost City was the most suitable mobile city for developing lifestyle players. You seem to have a lot of trust in me, Guild Leader Shifeng. Are you not worried I will leak this astonishing information? Xia Qingying asked, a playful smile appearing as she scrutinized the man before her. You might be in for heavy losses should that happen. I believe you aren't that foolish, Miss Xia, Shifeng calmly said with a smile. All right, then. I admit I am very tempted. When Xia Qingying failed to see any changes in Shifeng's expression, she helplessly sighed and asked, How many people do you want to recruit for the starting batch? 1,000? 2,000? The future prospects of the Divine Engraver subclass were limitless, and there was no lack of demand for the divine patterns they produced. If they capitalized on the Divine Engraver legacy properly, even 1% of the generated profits would exceed the total income of any conglomerate, let alone 10%. At this point, Xia Qingying couldn't help but be grateful to Shao Quan and Silverfrost City's city lord. If not for them, she would have never received such an opportunity. We'll start by recruiting 10,000 people first, Shifeng said, after giving the matter some thought. I will hand you the basic divine pattern designs as soon as possible. So long as players successfully learned how to create a divine pattern, they could produce as many designs for it as they wanted. Previously, he had already become an apprentice divine engraver, so he would have no difficulties producing basic divine pattern designs. As for letting others learn using the Book of Eternity, he dared not do such a thing. It might be easier for players to become a divine engraver if they learned through the Book of Eternity, but each learning attempt using it cost 1 God crystal. It simply wasn't a cost the average power could afford. Not to mention, the Book of Eternity didn't only contain the knowledge necessary to start on the path of a divine engraver. Instead, it contained a complete divine engraver legacy that could potentially help players develop into a famed craftsman or even a divine craftsman. He naturally wouldn't let others gain access to such a precious legacy. For this reason, he decided to recruit 10,000 individuals to nurture in the first batch. Without the Book of Eternity's assistance, players would face much greater difficulty learning to become a divine engraver. With such circumstances, the difficulty of grasping a basic divine pattern would be no different than becoming a master magician, and their chances of becoming a divine engraver were probably 1% or less. In other words, if they recruited 10,000 talents to nurture, at most 100 of them would become apprentice divine engravers capable of producing basic divine patterns that could be used to strengthen epic weapons and equipment. And as it was even more challenging to graduate from being an apprentice divine engraver, out of these 100 apprentice divine engravers, it would be fortunate if even 3 to 5 of them could become an official divine engraver. Meanwhile, 3 to 5 divine engravers were barely enough to execute his plan. 10,000! Xia Qingying's mouth twitched when she heard Shifeng's answer. Do you know how much it would cost to recruit so many players, guild leader Shifeng? Aside from material expenses, we will also have to cover their salaries, which will vary depending on the confidentiality agreement we sign with them. If we go by the highest level confidentiality agreement, we will need to pay every person at least 10,000 star coins a month. Should any of them succeed in becoming an apprentice divine engraver or divine engraver, we will have to further increase their benefits. Not to mention, we will also have to pay for the contribution points needed for them to remain in a mobile city. And if we are going to recruit 10,000 people, we will have to split them across several dozen cities. Every city's contribution points are independent of each other. If we were to purchase contribution points on such a large scale, even if we have everyone stay in only third-tier cities, it would still be a significant expenditure. After adding everything together, we will have to spend a minimum of 500 million star coins a month. Are you sure you want to recruit so many people? A monthly expenditure of 500 million star coins was a huge burden even to the Green God Corporation. This was why few corporations could afford to nurture their members in mobile cities on a large scale. Not to mention, Zero Wing was only a guild that had recently set foot into the greater world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3491, Chapter 565, Guild Ranking, Chapter 3491, Chapter 565, Guild Ranking, Chapter 565, Guild Ranking. Zero Wing doesn't have that many star coins at present, Shifeng said with a hint of embarrassment. However, he wasn't surprised by the expected cost of recruiting 10,000 people. Can I pay with eternal coins? He had already invested most of his funds into acquiring a large training center in Star Lake City, and he only had a few dozen million star coins left. He would be virtually broke once he bought the needed life potions for the guild's internal members. Eternal coins. Nodding, Xia Qingying said, "That's fine. But if you wish to get a good price in the current market, you will need to provide a substantial amount. Roughly, how many can you come up with?" She was aware that Zero Wing had made a lot of eternal coins through the sale of the earthen magic flowers previously, while Zero Wing must have spent most of its earnings already by now, considering the Eternal Realm's high cost of living. If Zero Wing still had 200 or 300 eternal coins remaining, they could begin their recruitment plans officially. "I can take out 1,000 gold for the time being," Shifeng stated. After deducting the expenses for purchasing the guild residence and hiring high-tier NPCs, he had a little over 1,200 eternal gold left in his pockets. but he felt he should save 200 eternal gold as a precaution after considering the guild's daily operations. You can take out 1,000 gold right now. Xia Qingying was dumbfounded by Shifeng's answer. As far as she knew, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers operating in the current eternal realm had, at most, 600 eternal gold available on hand. Moreover, these were the wealthier upper-ranking hegemonic powers. The average upper-ranking hegemonic power would only have around 300 eternal gold to spare. After all, players would frequently enter combat out in the current eternal realm. Moreover, the various powers needed to purchase secret treasures for their core experts. As a result, they could only afford to retain a limited amount of liquid assets on the current market, so long as players could sell eternal gold in batches of 200 or 300 coins. They could sell each eternal gold for 1 million star coins. In other words, 1,000 eternal gold would amount to 1 billion star coins. In terms of liquid assets, Zero Wing was even wealthier than the Green God Corporation. If it's not enough, I can gather another 3,000 gold if you give me a few more days, Shifeng said. He had already doubled the pricing for the second batch of the secret crystal trading firm's membership slots. He was also making about 400 to 500 eternal gold from commissions every day, so he would have no difficulties gathering 3,000 eternal gold in 3 days. You can gather another 3,000? Xia Qingying started to feel a little overwhelmed. 4,000 eternal gold. That was 4 billion star coins they were talking about. Not to mention, even with 4 billion star coins, one wouldn't necessarily be able to purchase 4,000 eternal gold. After all, secret treasures had already appeared on the market, and the various players and powers were frantically raising funds to purchase them. So very few players and powers were willing to sell their eternal coins. In the current eternal realm, only apex powers could probably take out so many eternal coins at a time. Is it still not enough? Shifeng was a little astonished when he saw Xia Qingying's expression. Although he didn't know the current market value of eternal coins, he felt that 4,000 eternal gold should be worth 500 million star coins at the very least. Enough! It's definitely enough, Xia Qingying said excitedly after snapping out of her daze. If Zero Wing can take out 4,000 eternal gold, I have a huge deal that can not only let Zero Wing earn a large sum of star coins, but also 10 drops of Stardew. 10 drops of Stardew? Shifeng's heart stirred when he heard these words. Stardew was an exceedingly precious resource in the greater world, and it was one of the few treasures that could assist the growth of mental strength grandmasters. Although the various third-tier cities allowed the members of their respective city legions to exchange Stardew at the price of 1 million contribution points per drop, members were only limited to 1 drop every 3 to 5 years. This was also why many experts would migrate to higher-ranked mobile cities when given the opportunity. In second-tier cities, Legion members were allowed to exchange 1 drop of Stardew per year. That was a vastly better privilege than what third-tier cities provided. If he could get his hands on 10 drops of Stardew, he could progress to the 2-star Grandmaster standard within a short time, and Zero Wing could also produce several additional mental strength Grandmasters. This would greatly help Zero Wing's future development in the greater world. Guilds in the greater world couldn't expand, simply because they wanted to. It was especially so if they sought to establish branches in the various mobile cities. Before a guild could expand, it would have to get its rank evaluated by the Gods Domain Association. Going by the Gods Domain Association standards, guilds with fewer than 10 mental strength grandmasters or no 3-star grandmasters or above would be deemed as Class 3, and they would only be allowed to develop in third-tier cities. Moreover, they could only set up bases in a maximum of 3 cities. If a guild wished to expand its territory beyond this limit, it must be recognized as a Class 2 guild first. To reach Class 2, A guild would need at least 10 mental strength grandmasters and 1 2-star grandmaster or above. And once a guild reached Class 2, it could set up bases in a limited number of second-tier cities and an unlimited number of third-tier cities. As for reaching Class 1, a guild would need to have 5 3-star grandmasters under its command. It would also need to have at least 500 mental strength grandmasters. Only then would it be qualified to expand into first-tier cities. Currently, Shifeng was the only mental strength grandmaster in Zero Wing, while Gentle Snow and the others were still 3-star masters. So, even if there was an opportunity to expand into a second-tier city right before their eyes, there would be nothing they could do. While there was the option of defying the Gods' Domain Association's arrangement, that was something Shifeng dared not do. In fact, even the various apex powers wouldn't dare to do such a thing. This was because nobody would dare to doubt the strength of an organization that spanned across every town and city in the greater world. Anyway, if he could get his hands on 10 drops of Stardew with the growth potential of Zero Wing's members, Zero Wing could become a Class 2 guild within a short period. At that time, Zero Wing could expand into a second-tier city and recruit even more talents. It could also purchase training sources from the Gods' Domain Association that weren't normally available to Class 3 guilds. 3 days. I will get 4,000 gold for you in 3 days, Shifeng confidently said as he looked at Xia Qingying. 3 days shouldn't be a problem, Xia Qingying said, nodding. I can use this time to prepare for the personnel recruitment. I will give you an address within the Eternal Realm 3 days later. At that time, you just need to head over there to transfer the coins to me. I will have to trouble you with that. Then, Miss Xia, Shifeng said, inwardly breathing a sigh of relief. If he missed this opportunity to obtain the 10 drops of Stardew, he would probably have to wait until the first batch of divine engravers appeared before he would get another opportunity to obtain so much Stardew. Moreover, he would put himself at great risk of exposure. Following this, Shifeng began discussing the details of recruiting personnel from the various cities with Xia Qingying, ensuring they handled everything with absolute secrecy. Before Zero Wing became fully developed, he absolutely couldn't afford to let others know that Zero Wing could cultivate divine engravers. Otherwise, it would be the end of the road for Zero Wing. 2 hours after Shifeng and Xia Qingying concluded their discussions, several advanced levitating cars parked outside of the Green God Corporation's branch headquarters in Silverfrost City. Then, bodyguards in suits stepped out of the cars one after another, each wearing the emblem specially assigned to the bodyguards working at the Green God Corporation's main headquarters. Every one of these bodyguards also radiated the aura of a 2-star grandmaster. Once all of these bodyguards stepped out of the levitating cars, a white-robed old man stepped out of the car parked in the middle. When the various powers' mental strength grandmasters secretly observing this group from afar felt this old man's presence, they couldn't help but gasp. A 3-star grandmaster. The big shot from the Green God Corporation's Black Ops came in person. Xia Qingying is doomed this time. A corporation will never deploy its Black Ops unless it's for a critical situation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3492, Chapter 566, Crazed Green God Corporation. Chapter 3492, Chapter 566, Crazed Green God Corporation, Chapter 566, Crazed Green God Corporation, Silverfrost City, City Lord's Manor. The City Lord's Manor was situated on a floating island hovering 3,000 meters above Silverfrost City. Currently, Xiao Quan stood atop the stadium-sized manor's rooftop, inhaling the singular energy surrounding him as he gazed over the city. After taking a few rhythmic breaths of the singular energy that was several times denser than what was available in the city, Xiao Quan took off his coat and jumped into the rooftop swimming pool. The swimming pool was filled with frost water, and Xiao Quan's mind experienced unprecedented clarity when he meditated in it. After soaking for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Quan suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, his aura underwent a qualitative transformation, and his tall figure started to shrink a little. If before he was a mighty tiger, now he was only a nimble leopard. When Xiao Quan's transformation concluded, a young woman in her 20s approached him. The woman had an attractive face and devilish figure, and she wore a light blue skirt highlighting her long legs. "Congratulations on becoming a 2-star limit grandmaster, Vice Commander Xiao Quan. With this, it will be time for Commander Nangong to step down from his position," the woman said with a playful smile. She looked at Xiao Quan as if she were looking at a toy, her face lacking any traces of reverence or respect for the young master of Silverfrost City. "How rare of you to visit me, Tsang Sha," Xiao Quan said as he looked at the devilish woman, a hint of indifference in his voice. "Could she have more instructions for me? Her Highness is very busy. It is already rare that she would have me contact you even once. How could she possibly have the time to care about the trivial matters here?" The devilish woman named Tsang Sha said, laughing, "I am only here to inform you that that person from the Green God Corporation's Black Ops has arrived. Isn't that to be expected?" Xiao Quan nonchalantly responded, "The Green God Corporation is currently on the brink of being purged from Silverfrost City, and many of its partners from the various third-tier cities have already announced the withdrawal of their investments. If the Green God Corporation's main headquarters still remained silent, do you think it can still keep its branch in Silverfrost City? Because of Xia Qingying's stunt during the talent fair, the Green God Corporation offended not only many of its partner powers, but also Silverfrost City's city lord. If the corporation didn't do anything about Xia Qingying, there would be no end to this matter. However, as Xia Qingying was a senior vice president of the Green God Corporation, not just anyone could be sent to deal with her. Only the corporation's Black Ops, which operated directly under the Green God Corporation's chairman, would be qualified to do so. Or are you here to tell me that the Green God Corporation is looking to negotiate with me?" Xiao Quan suddenly chuckled. "If they want to negotiate, sure. Have Xia Qingying kneel in front of my door for a day and bring me that sure foam. If they can do that, I might just reconsider." The Green God Corporation was only a second-rate corporation in the greater world. It wasn't even qualified to expand into a first-tier city. In fact, it was entirely due to a stroke of luck that it even managed to expand into Silverfrost City in the first place. If the Green God Corporation were to be removed from Silverfrost City, its status and influence in the greater world would take a huge hit. At that time, it might even risk losing its branch headquarters in other second-tier cities. After all, competition within second-tier cities was incredibly intense. Should any party show even a moment of weakness, the other powers in the city would definitely capitalize on the situation and gang up on it. "No, that's not the case," Tsang Sha said, shaking her head. Then she playfully grinned and continued. Less than 10 minutes after the VIP arrived, he left the Green God Corporation's building without expressing anything. Xia Qingying is still sitting in the position of senior vice president as we speak. What? Tsang Sha's revelation stunned Xiao Quan. A corporation would only ever mobilize its Black Ops during critical times. Not to mention, the Green God Corporation had gone as far as to mobilize that 3-star Grandmaster this time. Even his father would have to treat that person as an equal. So, it wouldn't even be surprising if that person crippled Xia Qingying on the spot. Yet, he was now being told that Xia Qingying had suffered no consequences for her actions. Seeing the shock on Xiao Quan's face, Tsang Sha's smile widened as she continued. "Oh, the The Green God Corporation also announced that it would not withdraw from Silverfrost City. On the contrary, the Green God Corporation has stated that if you and the various powers executives do not apologize to Guild leadership, it will cease all transactions with Silverfrost City and the various powers. Have the people at Green God Corporation lost their minds? Xiao Quan burst into a peal of angry laughter. They want me to apologize? And they want to cut off all transactions with Silverfrost City? I want to see just who will be the first to surrender. Silverfrost City controlled all trades within the region it occupied. Once Silverfrost City announced the termination of trade with a particular power, none of the mobile towns and cities within the region would dare to continue doing trade with said power. At that time, nobody would even dare approach the Green God Corporation's building, let alone assist its development in Silverfrost City. Anyway, that's all I have to say about the Green God Corporation. Suddenly, Tsang Sha spoke in a serious tone. Don't forget Her Highness's task. If you fail to complete it, I will take over for you. Don't say I never reminded you. You only have this one chance. Your concerns are unnecessary. Xiao Quan coldly said, since that bastard dares to ruin my plans, I will make him regret ever setting foot into Silverfrost City. I will even make Star Lake City's city lord kick him out. Star Lake City was one of the third-tier cities operating within Silverfrost City's territory. So long as he gave the word, he could immediately have 10 or more third-tier cities initiate a simulation war with Star Lake City. Would Star Lake City dare face 10 third-tier cities? So long as Star Lake City dared to do so, it would immediately be cut off from its energy resources. Star Lake City's city lord would never take such a risk unless he were a fool. Meanwhile, on a large supersonic passenger plane departing Silverfrost City, the plane that could normally accommodate hundreds of passengers was currently occupied by only several dozen people from the Green God Corporation. As a result, the plane's interior felt quite empty. Elder Xinwu, didn't you have something important to discuss with Miss Xia? A beautiful and intellectual woman asked as she looked at the white-robed old man beside her. Why would you suddenly drag a pitiful alchemist like me out all of a sudden? Did I do something wrong? Also, this isn't the way to the main headquarters. Can you stop teasing this old man, little girl? You are our world's only great Grandmaster alchemist, so why you still behave like a child? Xinwu said as he rolled his eyes at the woman. As for where we're headed, it isn't the main headquarters, but I assure you it is somewhere nice. Somewhere nice? Where are we going? The woman asked, her curiosity piqued. Star Lake City, Xinwu said, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Star Lake City? The woman tried to recall the names of the various cities of this region. Then she asked in confusion, isn't that a third-tier city? Moreover, isn't that the city where Zero Wing is based? Why are you taking me there? Yes, that is the city where Zero Wing is based. As for why we are headed there, Xinwu nodded. On behalf of the Green God Corporation, I ask that you join Zero Wing, Silent Wonder. You want me to join Zero Wing? Are you joking with me, Elder Xinwu? Silent Wonder couldn't help but look at the old man next to her as if the other party had gone senile. It should be known that the Green God Corporation had originally arranged for her to join the Galaxy Conglomerate. She had only been staying in Silverfrost City because the conglomerate had a recruitment point set up there, and she was waiting for the conglomerate to start recruitment. I am not joking, and neither have I gone senile, Xinwu said, his gaze turning solemn as he recalled the item Xia Qingying had previously shown him in private. Even as a 3-star mental strength grandmaster, seeing that item for the first time still gave him goosebumps. This is without a doubt the best path for you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3493, Chapter 567, Surpassing the Apex. Chapter 3493, Chapter 567. Surpassing the Apex, Chapter 567. Surpassing the Apex Greater World, Star Lake City. After Shifeng concluded his discussions with Xia Qingying, he traveled by plane to Star Lake City with Silk Radish and Jade River. When they arrived outside the Zero Wing Training Center, the two girls couldn't help but be shocked by the long line of people waiting outside the entrance. Paragons! At this time, the geniuses and paragons that the Green God Corporation had painstakingly nurtured in Silverfrost City were gathered outside the Zero Wing Training Center, each waiting for their turn to take Zero Wing's recruitment test. Even Pace Angel and Clay Blade, who were tasked with managing the training center, were dumbfounded by this situation. Many of these geniuses and paragons were either members of the Silverfrost Legion, or those looking to join the Silverfrost Legion previously. So, the average talent and strength of these individuals were significantly greater than the Star Lake Legion's members. Moreover, one of the Silverfrost Legion's vice commanders was even among these people. This was the vice commander of a second-tier city legion they were talking about. Normally, if such a big shot were to join a third-tier city, the city would give them the position of reserve commander without hesitation. Yet, such an individual had come to join Zero Wing. This situation shocked not only Pace Angel and Clay Blade, but also the Star Lake Legion's members, and the various powers secretly observing Zero Wing. Fire Dance! Isn't she the Silverfrost Legion's 5th vice commander? Purple Jade had difficulties keeping her mouth closed when she saw a familiar figure waiting in line outside the Zero Wing Training Center. Why is she here in Star Lake City? When the Green God Corporation had previously decided to select a group of experts to enter the greater world ahead of time, it had gone out of its way to ask Fire Dance, who was serving as a vice commander in Silverfrost City's City Legion, to make a trip back to their homeworld. The corporation had done so to let the chosen candidates, Purple Jade included, know the gap in strength between their homeworld's experts and the greater world's experts. Although Fire Dance was only a Tier 5 assassin at the time, when the chosen candidates fought her in simulation warfare, none managed to last more than 3 moves against her. Indeed, even though all of the chosen candidates were Tier 6 God-ranked experts, none managed to last more than 3 moves against Fire Dance. Their performance at the time was nothing but a joke, and their perception of the greater world's experts was completely refreshed. Although they had already entered the greater world and joined the Star Lake City for some time, they still didn't think they could last more than 3 moves against Fire Dance. Yet, now, such a monster had come to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, standing next to the secret pavilion's Purple Jade, the Witch of the West Alice, who was good friends with Purple Jade, was also in shock. However, her shock stemmed from a different reason. Or, more specifically, a different person. The person in question was a beautiful woman without a mighty aura. Instead, her appearance radiated intelligence and elegance, and it was obvious she wasn't an expert player at first glance. Even so, Alice couldn't help but rub her eyes when she saw this woman. Great Grandmaster Alchemist Silent Wonder. Why is she joining Zero Wing as well? Confusion colored Alice's golden eyes when she saw Silent Wonder waiting in line outside the Zero Wing Training Center. Didn't that guy only leave for a short while? What in the world did he do? When Silent Wonder was still only a Grandmaster Alchemist, the 5 great super guilds had already frantically tried to recruit her. Ultimately, though, Silent Wonder joined the Green God Corporation after the latter extended an olive branch to her. Now that Silent Wonder had already become a great Grandmaster Alchemist, she could be regarded as a prominent figure even in the greater God's domain, and the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would be more than willing to extend an olive branch to her. All Silent Wonder needed to do was take her pick. Yet, rather than join an upper-ranking hegemonic power, Silent Wonder was now joining Zero Wing. Is it really fine for us to join Zero Wing, Big Brother Shifeng? Silk Radish worriedly asked Shifeng when she saw the people waiting to enter the Zero Wing Training Center. Besides Silk Radish, Jade River also couldn't help but grow anxious. Originally, they had been thrilled that they could finally stay in a third-tier city in the greater world. Although they had relied on connections to achieve it, they were confident they wouldn't lose to a third-tier city's geniuses by much. However, after seeing the people waiting in line, they could no longer maintain their composure. Currently, neither of them was even a one-star mental strength master. In contrast, every person queued up outside the Zero Wing Training Center was a 3-star master, with some even being 1-star grandmasters. In addition, many of the lifestyle players waiting in line were at the grandmaster standard, a stark contrast to the 2 of them who were only at the basic master standard. If they were to join Zero Wing in their current state, could they even survive the competition? Don't worry. You two should be fine, Shifeng said, chuckling as he looked at the 2 anxious girls. Silk Radish's potential need not be mentioned. During Shifeng's previous life, everybody knew about her. As for Jade River, while she wasn't as talented as Silk Radish, she was still one of the few people who became both a great Grandmaster Magician and a great Grandmaster Forger. The 9 refinements, which, because Shifeng was busy dealing with Demon's Gate's relentless attempt to hunt him down during his previous life, he didn't have much energy to spare on recruiting the talents of his homeworld. This led to many of his homeworld's geniuses and paragons joining other powers. Now, though, as if fate was playing a trick on him, not only were his old comrades looking to join the current Zero Wing, but even the geniuses and paragons he had missed out on were also joining Zero Wing. Combined with the Book of Eternity he had obtained in this life, he was confident he could put up a good fight against Demon's Gate in the future. However, following the addition of these players to Zero Wing, Shifeng also couldn't help but grow worried. The Zero Wing in his previous life had entered the greater world with his entire homeworld's support. As a result, the guild established itself in the greater god's domain early on and occupied many resource nodes. In contrast, the current Zero Wing had entered the greater world with virtually nothing to its name. The guild didn't even have enough star coins to purchase life potions, let alone Stardew, which was vital in the rapid development of mental strength and body cells. While the geniuses and paragons currently looking to join Zero Wing possessed astonishing talent, they still needed sufficient resources to exhibit their strength and potential properly. Otherwise, their growth and future would become stifled. For 1,000 gold, I must gather 4,000 gold in 3 days. When Shifeng looked at the long line outside the Zero Wing Training Center, a hint of resolve appeared in his eyes. Money and resources were vital for developing any guild in the greater world. If he could secure the star coins and 10 drops of Stardew Xia Qingying had promised him, he could elevate Zero Wing to the next level within a short period. Subsequently, Shifeng took Silk Radish and Jade River to tour the Zero Wing Training Center. Although the Zero Wing Training Center was only a third-tier city's training center, it was a large training center with 5 advanced combat simulation rooms and 15 special living quarters. Even in a second-tier mobile city, these facilities could only be accessed after waiting for a long time and spending a significant amount of city contribution points. Normally, members of second-tier city legions and core members of powers based in second-tier cities could only use these facilities 2 or 3 times a month. After all, even second-tier cities had limited advanced combat simulation rooms and special living quarters. Currently, Zero Wing didn't have many members in Star Lake City, so 5 advanced combat simulation rooms and 15 special living quarters would be enough to let Zero Wing's members enjoy a usage rate similar to the City Legion members of second-rate cities. This privilege surprised even Fire Dance and Silent Wonder when they joined Zero Wing. They didn't think that a guild that had only entered the greater world recently could rent a large training center in Star Lake City. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Shi Feng spent most of his time producing basic divine pattern designs in the Crystal City of Secrets, his efforts pushing him to level 160. At the same time, he secretly had Zero Wing's core female members attempt the Goddess Armaments trials, hoping that one could conquer all 12 trials. I made 4,585 gold in 3 days. The income generated from the trading firm's commissions is much higher than I initially expected. If I can successfully get my hands on the promised Ardu, I can try to challenge Tier 6. When Shi Feng looked at his own level, a hint of excitement welled up within him. Although he still wasn't 100% confident he could create a legendary divine body, he had come up with many more ideas after learning the law of space. If he could activate his brain cells with the help of Stardew, he could give the challenge a try. If he succeeded, he could occupy a spot for Zero Wing in the World Mode Regional Dungeon 100 Eyes Canyon, which would, in turn, allow Zero Wing to become one of the dominant powers in the Crystal City of Secrets. When Shi Feng thought of making another basic divine pattern design, Xia Qingying messaged him a set of coordinates. The coordinates pointed to a location within the Crystal City, and she urged him to head to the location to conduct their transaction immediately. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3494, Chapter 568, 10 Great Sword Gods. Chapter 3494, Chapter 568, 10 Great Sword Gods. Chapter 568, 10 Great Sword Gods. Crystal City of Secrets. Outer area. Numerous flying ships could be seen coming to and from the Crystal City's airport. The arriving flying ships, in particular, were packed with players. These players wore excited looks on their faces, and they promptly dashed toward the underground Crystal Palace as soon as they disembarked, all hoping to make a fortune inside the secret land. 2 days ago, news of the first extraordinary secret treasure to have ever appeared in the underground Crystal Palace spread. The secret treasure was found in the secret land's level 160 area, and its appearance had shaken the entire Eternal Realm. At the same time, it raised the significance of high-ranking secret treasures to a whole new level. Common secret treasures only increased mana protection, whereas combat secret treasures provided an additional boost to the attached weapon or equipment's basic attributes. While these bonuses could improve players' strength, they weren't so significant that one article would be enough to let players undergo a qualitative improvement. To achieve that, players would have to be fully equipped with common or combat secret treasures. However, it was a different story for extraordinary secret treasures. Not only did extraordinary secret treasures improve mana protection and basic attributes, but they also came attached with special abilities. In God's domain, many weapons and equipment had additional skills, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any item at the epic rank or above would have additional skills. Meanwhile, these additional skills added to the skill and spell repertoire of players, raising their overall combat power. The only problem was that these additional skills had cooldowns and limited durations. However, special abilities did not have a cooldown. They acted more like talents than skills. An example of talent would be the elf race's mana affinity. Elves were innately more sensitive to mana than the average human, and they also had an easier time manipulating mana. Because of this, many magical class experts would actively choose to change their race to the elf race. However, opportunities to convert into an elf were few and far between. For most players, they could only choose to convert into a half-elf. Of course, while the mana affinity of half-elves wasn't as good as that of pure-blooded elves, it was still better than that of the average human. So, converting into a half-elf was still a good choice for most players. But now, it became possible to obtain special abilities, which were closely similar to talents, through an extraordinary secret treasure. This could be a life-changing opportunity for any player. Indeed, A life-changing opportunity. Many players would fail to reach the peak or apex because they were lacking in certain aspects. So long as they could find a solution to their weaknesses, they could break out of their stagnated growth, and becoming a peak expert or even an apex expert would no longer be out of the question. Meanwhile, the special abilities of extraordinary secret treasures could very well be the solution these experts needed. Normally, once players had exhausted their potential, unless they could get their hands on a divine artifact or fragmented divine artifact, it would no longer be possible for them to raise their standings in the greater God's domain's strength hierarchy. For example, no matter how many legendary weapons and equipment a fourth-floor expert equipped, they would always be seen as inferior to fifth-floor experts in the public's eye. It was even more so in the eyes of the various powers. After all, the acquisition of legendary weapons and equipment wasn't a problem for them. What mattered most to them was a player's combat standard. However, with the discovery of extraordinary secret treasures, rewriting one's destiny would no longer be a privilege exclusive to only a select few individuals in the greater God's domain. With the assistance of extraordinary secret treasures, it also became possible for the masses to compensate for their weaknesses, undergo qualitative transformations, and ultimately rewrite their lives. As a result, many of the Eternal Realms expert players flocked to the Crystal City of Secrets in the hopes that they could obtain an extraordinary secret treasure from the underground Crystal Palace. After Shifeng arrived at the coordinates Xia Qingying sent him, about a dozen or so cloaked players approached him. Although these players had concealed their appearances, their every action showed that they were at the fifth-floor standard. The woman in the lead was even a saint-ranked expert. "So it was you? No wonder you can gather so much money so quickly," the woman in the lead commented, a hint of realization appearing in her eyes as she looked at Shifeng. "May I know your name, miss?" Shifeng asked as he looked at the unfamiliar woman before him. "Billowing Water," the woman replied in a quiet tone. Billowing Water." Shifeng promptly recalled something upon hearing the woman's name, and he couldn't help but be surprised as he asked, "The Blaze Conglomerate's heart sword." The Blaze Conglomerate was a cross-realm conglomerate rivaling the Galaxy Conglomerate. Meanwhile, Heart Sword Billowing Water was one of the Blaze Conglomerate's 2 taboos during his previous life, the wielder of the Formless Twilight. Formless Twilight was a very special divine artifact. Even when it was still a fragmented divine artifact, it did not have any fixed form, and it only had 2 abilities. The first ability allowed the wielder to transform Formless Twilight into any sword. The second ability allowed the wielder to create multiple swords, and the number and type of swords created were up to the wielder's imagination. When Billowing Water initially got her hands on the fragmented divine artifact-ranked Formless Twilight, her strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Even though she did not master any gold combat techniques, she could defeat experts who did. After Formless Twilight was upgraded into a divine artifact, Billowing Water even surpassed war goddesses when it came to offensive capabilities. Back then, Billowing Water had defeated 5 of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Grand Elders consecutively. The 7 Luminaries Alliance had even labeled her as one of the greater gods' domain's 10 great sword gods later on, putting her on the same level as Wordless Ember. Currently, Shifeng could not see Billowing Water carrying any weapon, so it was evident that she had already obtained the rumored Formless Twilight. Even if the weapon was only a fragmented divine artifact, right now, it should still enable her to fight against any apex expert without fear. So, Shifeng found it hard to imagine why Billowing Water needed to conceal her appearance to meet him. "That's right, I am the Heart Sword," Billowing Water said, nodding. Then, after taking a good look at Shifeng, she continued, "You are quite strong. Aside from the promised 4,000 gold, would you be interested in making another deal with me? It is a rather significant transaction." "Significant?" How significant is it? Shifeng smiled. Have you ever heard of the Forbidden Zone? Billowing Water quietly asked. Shifeng's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing the name Billowing Water mentioned. Then, doing his best to lower his voice, he asked, Do you know how to reach the Forbidden Zone? The Forbidden Zone was considered a secret in the current Eternal Realm, and players could learn of it through high-tiered NPCs. According to these NPCs, the Forbidden Zone was simply a place situated outside the Eternal Continent, and it was referred to as such by the gods of old. However, so long as one did a little digging, one would find that the Forbidden Zone wasn't simply a place situated outside the Eternal Continent. Instead, the term referred to the two other major continents that existed in the Eternal Realm. Contrary to popular belief, the Eternal Realm didn't only consist of the Eternal Continent. Instead, there existed three major continents. Apart from the northern continent that human players resided on, there were two other continents in the west and south. Players of a foreign race occupied these two continents, and the two continents possessed vastly different civilizations and resources. Of the two other continents, the western continent was closest to the northern continent. It was also a place whose environment was closest to rivaling the environment of the greater gods' domains, mythical era. It should be known that humans of the mythical era had a much easier time getting promoted to Tier 6. Moreover, the western continent held world fragments that couldn't be found on the northern continent, and these were precious treasures that could help players master world laws. Unfortunately, it was incredibly difficult to venture into the Forbidden Zone. Even Tier 6 players could not force their way there, and could only rely on special means. TL notes, 1. Billowing Water / Wailon. She is Yanhua's daughter briefly mentioned in Chapter 486. I am uncertain if Wailon is her real name or character name, but since Yanhua is the one who mentioned it, I'm guessing that it is her real name. It would be rather strange for a father to refer to his daughter by her in-game name. Regardless, to make it easier to remember her, I have decided to use a translated version of her name when in the game, similar to Gentle Snow's case. 2. Gods of old. I have no idea which type of god this is referring to. I'm assuming it's a little bit of all three categories. FYI, as you can see, has a little bit of everything. 3. Mythical era. Era of the ancient gods. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3495, Chapter 569, Forbidden Zone. Chapter 3495, Chapter 569, Forbidden Zone, Chapter 569. Forbidden Zone, Big Sis Billow, isn't it inappropriate to tell an outsider this secret? Before Billowing Water could answer Shifeng's question, a male demi-dragon standing behind her suddenly interrupted. The demi-dragon in question was a level 160 Tier 5 Guardian Knight, and he carried a large and heavy shield on his back. At the same time, the several elderly saint-ranked experts present frowned. They were evidently dissatisfied with Billowing Water's decision. Information pertaining to the Forbidden Zone was of utmost importance to the Blaze conglomerate, yet Billowing Water had abruptly decided to share this secret with an outsider without even consulting with anyone else. It's fine. I'll be able to reap more profits if we can have an additional companion, Billowing Water answered the young demi-dragon. Then she smiled at Shifeng and continued, Moreover, with Guild Leader Black Flame's connections, I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult for him to find a way to the Forbidden Zone. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame? Are you interested in my offer? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested, Shifeng said, as he looked at Billowing Water in surprise. May I know what deal you intend to make, Miss Billow? Contrary to Billowing Water's words, information on the Forbidden Zone was by no means easy to obtain. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many powers and Tier 6 players who couldn't set foot into the Forbidden Zone in his previous life. even in the current eternal realm, there would be many conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers who'd be more than willing to cooperate with Billowing Water should they know that the latter knew how to get to the Forbidden Zone. So, Shifeng found it hard to imagine why Billowing Water would take the initiative to collaborate with him. Simple. Chuckling, Billowing Water said, "I can take you to the Forbidden Zone, but in exchange, all of your earnings during this trip will belong to me. Or you can pay me 300 eternal gold, and you will only have to give half of your earnings to me." 300 eternal gold, and half of my earnings for an entry slot. Shifeng was a little taken aback. In the current eternal realm, an expenditure of 300 eternal gold was significant to any upper-ranking hegemonic power. Such a large expenditure might adversely impact an upper-ranking hegemonic power's development. After all, 300 eternal gold was already enough to purchase 2 or 3 shops in the Crystal City of Secrets Central District. If you can't afford the 300 gold, you can always go with the first option, Guild Leader Black Flame, Billowing Water said with a smile. Not to mention, this condition will only stay in effect for your first trip. You won't have to pay me anything the second time you head to the Forbidden Zone. That won't be necessary. I will pay the 300 gold, Shifeng stated. Billowing Water's condition of 300 eternal gold and half of his earnings might be a steep price, but the sooner he could enter the Forbidden Zone, the sooner he could get his hands on treasures such as the world fragments. That way, Zero Wing could also have a better future ahead of it. Tier 6 was a big threshold to cross in the greater God's domain. Tier 6 players were also the basis of how the various powers were evaluated. During his previous life, the appearance of world fragments had reduced the difficulty of getting promoted to Tier 6 for many players. If Zero Wing could get its hands on a world fragment early on, it might even be able to catch up to the various Apex powers in terms of Tier 6 player count. You are a decisive man, Guild Leader Black Flame. Billowing Water was not particularly surprised to hear Shifeng choosing to pay 300 eternal gold, though she did feel a little disappointed. Let's write up a contract. Then, there were limitless business opportunities in the Forbidden Zone. As the leader of a guild, it wasn't strange for Shifeng to be willing to bet 300 eternal gold on these opportunities. But at the same time, such a decision could also be considered very foolish. Subsequently, Shifeng and Billowing Water signed a God's Domain contract, and Shifeng paid 300 eternal gold to Billowing Water. Besides that, Billowing Water also spent 3 billion star coins and 10 drops of Stardew to purchase 4,000 eternal gold from Shifeng. Essentially, Billowing Water had sold the Stardews for 100 million star coins per drop. It should be known that purchasing Stardews was normally impossible. Only someone of Billowing Water's stature would be willing to make such a generous offer. Inside a VIP room of a flying ship departing the Crystal City of Secrets. Big Sis Billow, don't tell me you agreed to bring that guy along simply because of 300 gold. The other powers will most likely make fun of us if they learn of this, the demi-dragon youth asked in confusion as he watched Billowing Water fiddle around with an eternal gold coin. While eternal coins were indeed important to them, they weren't so desperate that they would take an outsider to the Forbidden Zone just for 300 eternal gold. It should be known that if they offered the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers an opportunity to enter the Forbidden Zone, those powers would be more than willing to pay 500 or 600 eternal gold. At most, they would have to pay in installments. Exactly. Black Flame only ranks 11th on the Sacred Glory list, Big Sis Billow. Even if we bring him with us, there isn't much he can do to help us. The other youths in the room agreed with the demi-dragon youth and looked at Billowing Water curiously. They were members of the younger generation secretly nurtured by the Blaze conglomerate, and they idolized Billowing Water, the conglomerate's first successor. Many of them even started their journey in God's domain alongside Billowing Water. So, they had a good understanding of Billowing Water's personality. In the general public's eye, being ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list was indeed an impressive achievement. However, such an achievement wasn't anything noteworthy in their social circle. If not for the various conglomerates being reluctant to expose all their cards and nurturing some of their geniuses and paragons in secret, they would have long monopolized the luminous glory list and sacred glory list. A person ranked 11th on the sacred glory list naturally isn't worth my attention, Billowing Water said. Then, her expression suddenly turning serious, she continued, but my old man suddenly went crazy and decided to have my little sister join Zero Wing, telling her to become one of Zero Wing's internal members. The youths in the room were momentarily stunned when they heard Billowing Water's answer. The fourth young miss was told to join Zero Wing. Wasn't the fourth young miss supposed to join Star Dynasty? The little sister mentioned by Billowing Water was the Blaze conglomerate's youngest successor. She was also the pearl of the Blaze conglomerate, and her overall talent was only slightly inferior to her elder sister Billowing Water. When it came to mental strength, she was even superior to Billowing Water. Logically, even if the fourth young miss failed to inherit the Blaze conglomerate, the conglomerate would still try its best to put her in the executive position of a pseudo-apex power. This would, in turn, strengthen the Blaze conglomerate's position in the greater God's domain. Yet, the fourth young miss was now being told to join Zero Wing. Big Sis Billow, does that mean you are? At this time, the demi-dragon youth suddenly came to a realization. Are you trying to show Black Flame's limits to Lord Yenhua? The Forbidden Zone was a dangerous place, and players couldn't survive there without sufficient strength. That is my intention. Billowing Water nodded. The old man isn't in the Eternal Realm, so he has no idea how much strength the various powers have hidden here. And since I can't talk him out of his decision, my only option is to show him how laughable Black Flame is when he is put among the monsters in the Forbidden Zone. Hearing Billowing Water's words, the youths present burst into laughter. They had experienced a similar baptism when they first visited the Forbidden Zone not too long ago. Now, it was the 11th ranked Sacred Glory expert's turn. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3496, Chapter 570, Superior Demigod. Chapter 3496, Chapter 570, Superior Demigod. Chapter 570, Superior Demigod. 29 hours after the flying ship left the Crystal City of Secrets, Sherfong, Billowing Water, and the others arrived at a coastal NPC city. After disembarking from the flying ship, Billowing Water summoned a four-winged frost dragon, a basic legendary flying mount, and flew everyone across a misty ocean for 3 hours before arriving at a giant floating island. Torrents of chaotic energy flowed through the area where the floating island was situated. These energy torrents were incredibly powerful, and even Tier 5 players would be vulnerable to them. If players dared get close to these chaotic energy torrents, they would quickly have their mana sapped out of their bodies, causing them to grow weak and disoriented. However, the floating island acted as a safe haven for players, surrounded by magic arrays that diverted the chaotic energy that swept through the area. "We're here," Billowing Water stated as she stopped the 40-meter-long frost dragon outside a magnificent temple hovering above the floating island. The temple was situated outside the floating island's protection, so chaotic energy torrents enveloped it completely. However, when the four-winged frost dragon landed, the energy torrents started to actively avoid the temple and let the frost dragon land inside. "Welcome to the Eternal Temple. To teleport to the Forbidden Zone, each person must pay 150 eternal gold. The teleportation procedure will only begin once 200 people have gathered." When the Frost Dragon landed inside the temple, a 500-man team immediately greeted it. All 500 members of this team were fifth-floor experts at level 158, tier 5 or above. They were also equipped in standardized fragmented legendary equipment sets, and there were faint mana circuits connecting these 500 equipment sets and forming a large bronze battle array. The battle array not only allowed these 500 players to share their senses, but it also provided a qualitative improvement to their basic attributes. Under the effects of the bronze battle array, these 500 tier 5 players felt like 500 tier 6 players. The combined aura they exuded was powerful enough to scare even actual tier 6 players into fleeing. The luminous battle array, Shifeng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the standardized equipment of the 500 players. The luminous battle array, it was one of the well-known battle arrays owned by the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Although the complete luminous battle array required 500 players to form, once formed, it allowed all of the players in the battle array to transcend tiers. It was, without a doubt, a tactical class battle array. Unfortunately, while the luminous battle array was amazing, it couldn't be mass-produced as the luminous set, the fragmented legendary equipment set required to form the battle array, was incredibly hard to produce. The materials required to produce it were exceedingly rare, and even the Seven Luminaries Alliance had only managed to produce 5,000 sets in total during Shifeng's previous life. Normally, the luminous battle array could only be seen being used at the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Holy City, which also served as the Alliance's main headquarters and 3 secret lands. If news spread that the Seven Luminaries Alliance used one of its luminous battle arrays to guard only a temple, it would definitely shock the entire Greater Gods domain. However, when Shifeng heard the teleportation fee the Seven Luminaries Alliance was charging, he could understand why the Seven Luminaries Alliance would station such a frightening force in the Eternal Temple. The fee of 150 eternal gold per person had already transcended the realm of daylight robbery. While he was still feeling gleeful over making several hundred eternal gold per day through the secret crystal trading firm, the Seven Luminaries Alliance was making 30,000 eternal gold from every batch of players it teleported. Honestly, he wouldn't even find it surprising if the Seven Luminaries Alliance had mobilized 2 or 3 complete luminous battle arrays to protect the Eternal Temple, let alone one. As for Billowing Water, this wasn't her first time visiting the Eternal Temple, so she was unfazed by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's teleportation fee. After calmly jumping off the Frost Dragon's back, she took out 2,250 eternal gold and handed it over to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's guard captain in a coin pouch. I have confirmed that I have received 2,250 eternal gold for 15 people, the guard captain stated after weighing the coin pouch in his hand. You are lucky. There are already 179 people gathered. After including your team of 15, you will only have to take the assessment and wait for 6 more people before you can get teleported. Are there people taking the test now? Billowing Water asked. Not that many, the guard captain said, as he pointed at the line in front of a gigantic crystal. By the time you finish your assessments, we should have enough people to teleport. After looking at the line, Billowing Water unsummoned her 4-winged frost dragon and joined the line with her group. An assessment. When Shifeng heard the guard captain mentioning an assessment, he couldn't help but grow confused. So, he asked Billowing Water, are there requirements to use the teleportation service here? There are no requirements to use the temple's teleportation, Billowing Water explained with a smile. The assessment is only here to determine which location players are suited to enter. Although there will be 200 players teleported in every batch, Tier 5 players can be teleported to 3 different locations depending on the crystal's assessment of their current strength. The temple has 3 strength ratings for Tier 5 players: Basic Demigod, Advanced Demigod, and superior demigod. For the basic demigod rating, players only need strength rivaling Tier 5 heroes of the same level to achieve it. Players who achieve the basic demigod rating can teleport to an archipelago that doesn't have many holy race players. However, while PvP incidents might happen less frequently there, the archipelago is rather poor in resources. As for the two other ratings, players will need to rival Tier 5 8-winged Valkyries to achieve the advanced demigod rating and rival Tier 5 dragons for the superior demigod rating. Those who achieve the advanced demigod rating will get teleported to a coastal region, while those who achieve the superior demigod rating will get teleported to an inland region, which is most abundant in resources out of the three locations. When Billowing Water finished her explanation, the group also arrived before the gigantic crystal inside the temple hall. Currently, the gigantic crystal was scanning a group of players standing inside the magic array before it. 20 seconds later, a mechanical voice came from the crystal. Assessment: Advanced Demigod. You may head to the coastal region. Assessment: Advanced Demigod. You may head to the coastal region. Assessment: Basic Demigod. You may head to the archipelago region. Every time the crystal made an announcement, the players waiting in the surroundings couldn't help but be awed. It was especially so for the Blaze Conglomerate's youths. Achieving the strength of a basic demigod was no easy feat in God's domain. Even the many Tier 5 NPCs that could strike fear into players were merely regarded as Tier 5 NPCs and could not be considered a demigod. To become a demigod, a Tier 5 NPC would first need to own a legendary weapon. Secondly, their concentration standard needed to reach Tier 6, also regarded as Heroes' Realm. When a Tier 5 NPC reached this standard, they would become existences even 5th floor experts of the same tier would try to avoid like the plague. Should a Tier 5 demigod wish to wreak havoc in the greater God's domain, they could be likened to natural disasters. Tier 5 demigods were so powerful that even the Sacred Glory List's top 10 experts could only shake their heads in defeat if they came across one. Yet, players who reached the standard of basic demigods could only rank at the bottom of the Eternal Temple's hierarchy of players. Furthermore, over half of the players getting assessed had reached the advanced demigod standard, each capable of rivaling 8-winged Valkyries of the same level. These were all existences that could slay the average Tier 6 player. Assessment: Advanced Demigod. You may head to the coastal region. Nice. Secret treasures do help. The demi-dragon youth from the Blaze Conglomerate exclaimed when he heard his strength rating. An advanced demigod. Even among the various monsters operating in the Forbidden Zone, experts with the strength of an advanced demigod could be considered mid-tier. He also wouldn't have to worry about returning from the Forbidden Zone without harvests. It seems he didn't simply survive out of luck last time. Billowing Water nodded in approval as she looked at the demi-dragon youth. Since the demi-dragon youth could now enter the coastal region, he could more or less leave the Forbidden Zone with some harvests this time. Had he been assigned to the impoverished archipelago region again, the best he could hope for was to leave the Forbidden Zone with his life. While the demi-dragon youth was celebrating, Sure Fong stepped out of the crystal's magic array. Immediately afterward, a mechanical voice came from the crystal. Assessment: Superior Demigod. You may head to the inland region. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3497, Chapter 571, Golden Kingdom. Chapter 3497, Chapter 571, Golden Kingdom. Chapter 571, Golden Kingdom. A superior demigod. Crap! A superior demigod appeared. Following the crystal's announcement, everyone waiting in the hall turned their heads toward Sure Fong, their gazes filled with astonishment and envy. There were vast differences between the three locations players could teleport to via the Eternal Temple. Although each was more dangerous than the previous, the rewards players could obtain from the more dangerous locations were many times better. It was especially so for the inland region. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the players who visited the inland region would return as a completely different person. Superior Demigod, isn't he only ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list? The Blaze conglomerate's youths were in disbelief as they looked at Shi Feng and his nonchalant expression. They had met some of the Sacred Glory list's top 10 powerhouses before. However, ever since they returned from their first visit to the Forbidden Zone, they were confident that, aside from the Sacred Glory list's top 2, they could defeat and possibly even kill any of the other Sacred Glory list's top 10 experts. Hence, in their eyes, the so-called experts who ranked outside of the Sacred Glory list's top 10 were nothing more than a joke. Yet, now, Shi Feng was rated as a superior demigod. Had the Sacred Glory list undergone a revision while they weren't paying attention? Since when did the Sacred Glory list hold so much value? How interesting. No wonder the old man has such high praises for him. Billowing Water thought as she looked at Shi Feng, her eyes revealing intentions to challenge Shi Feng to a fight. Subsequently, she stepped into the magic array before the assessment crystal. A moment later, another repeating mechanical sound resounded in the temple hall. Assessment, Superior Demigod. You may head to the inland region. The announcement caused the people in the hall to turn their heads and stir once more. Even the 7 Luminaries Alliance's experts tasked with maintaining security in the hall couldn't help but take an extra look at Shi Feng and Billowing Water. Normally, they would only see one superior demigod appearing for every few batches of players they teleported. Yet not only did 2 superior demigods appear in this batch, but both even belonged to the same team. Even the various Pseudo-Apex Powers expert teams couldn't necessarily match such a lineup. It seems she has already mastered the formless twilight, Shi Feng concluded when he heard the strength rating Billowing Water was given. At the same time, he, too, got the urge to spar with Billowing Water. Because he was constantly chased by Demon's Gate in his previous life, he never had the opportunity to challenge the Greater Gods Domain's publicly acknowledged 10 Great Sword Gods, and it became one of his regrets. Although Wordless Ember was also one of the 10 Great Sword Gods, the current Wordless Ember had yet to fully develop. He hadn't even obtained his own divine artifact, yet. So Shi Feng saw no meaning in challenging him. Billowing Water, on the other hand, had not only acquired the formless twilight already, but she had even become proficient at wielding it already. Even if she wasn't at her peak, she would still be a worthy opponent to hone his sword techniques against. His sword's orbit was only one step away from reaching the gold combat technique standard. Unfortunately, he didn't have any ideas on achieving a breakthrough. In such a situation, if he encountered an expert with comparable basic attributes who had already mastered a complete set of gold combat techniques in the future, he would be at a considerable disadvantage. However, Shi Feng quickly suppressed his urges. While it was indeed important to improve his sword techniques, it was even more important that he entered the Forbidden Zone to search for a world fragment. We have 200 people now. Everyone, gather at the teleportation array. Amidst Shi Feng's brief contemplation, the 7 Luminaries Alliance's guard captain suddenly shouted. And upon hearing the guard captain's words, the players waiting in the hall started gathering toward the teleportation array in the hall. In no time, 200 players stood within the ancient teleportation array situated in the middle of the hall. Seeing this, the guard captain took out a couple dozen 7 Luminaries crystals and embedded them into the teleportation array, causing the dense mana in the hall to form a complete mana circuit. Before I send you off, let me remind you all that the Forbidden Zone is not human territory. If you die there, you will be resurrected in an NPC city on our side after 1 day. As for how long you can stay there and what you can obtain, It all depends on your abilities. However, I advise you not to be too greedy. What matters most is that you return alive, since should you die, you won't be able to bring back any of your precious harvests. After the guard captain finished speaking, everyone felt their vision blurring, and the scenery before them underwent a drastic change. In a secluded canyon on the western continent, when foam and billowing water recovered their vision, they found themselves standing in the middle of a humble town enveloped in a faint golden barrier. Newcomers. Look, we have newcomers. No way. We really have newcomers. Quick, notify the party leader. When the players setting up stalls along the town's main street saw a sudden brilliance falling on the town, and two people emerged from said brilliance, excitement filled their eyes, and they behaved as if they had just seen a priceless treasure. So, this is the Western Continent's inland region? Foam couldn't help but be astonished as he observed his surroundings. Although he had long learned about the Western Continent's situation in his previous life, he still couldn't help but be shocked after arriving here in person. Eternal energy. Although various kinds of energy were present in his surroundings, the eternal energy here was so dense that it nearly rivaled the 100 refinement building's first floor. It should be known that players could only enter the 100 refinement building's first floor once in their lifetimes. They wouldn't get a second chance, even if they started a new account. Moreover, they could only experience the first floor's environment for 5 short days. In contrast, even though the density of the eternal energy present on the Western Continent was slightly lower than that of the 100 refinement building's first floor, players could stay in this environment for as long as they wanted. They could enjoy a constant flow of inspiration simply by standing and breathing here, and they would not have to worry about lacking directions to develop themselves. If a player could live in this environment for a long period, they would have no trouble getting promoted to Tier 6. Another matter that surprised Foam was that a human town existed in the middle of the Western Continent, which was completely occupied by the Holy Race. Although the town was tiny, being only 1/5 the size of the average basic town, it was still a bona fide human town. With the town's circumstances, its value easily exceeded that of the Crystal City of Secrets. The Seven Luminaries Alliance truly is insane. To think they would bring even the Golden Kingdom here. When Foam saw the faint golden barrier that covered the entire town, he couldn't help but admire the Seven Luminaries Alliance's wealth. The divine artifact Golden Kingdom. The Golden Kingdom was the Seven Luminaries Alliance's ultimate defensive trump card. While the Golden Kingdom was only a magic item and not a weapon or a piece of equipment, it was one of the few defensive magic barriers capable of withstanding an attack from a primordial god. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that so long as a settlement was protected by the Golden Kingdom, so long as the Golden Kingdom had enough energy, the town would be impregnable. The only downside was that the Golden Kingdom couldn't be moved for a year once it was set up. During Feng's previous life, the Seven Luminaries Alliance had relied on the Golden Kingdom to defend a fortress against the Holy Race's invasion. At the time, the Holy Race's various powers had joined forces to attack said fortress. Yet, even after besieging the fortress for over a year and permanently sacrificing hundreds of thousands of Tier 6 experts, the Holy Race still failed to capture the fortress. That battle had become an eternal legend in the greater god's domain. Now that the Seven Luminaries Alliance had used the Golden Kingdom to secure a safe haven for itself on the Western Continent, even if other human powers established their own settlements on the Western Continent in the future, none would be able to compare to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's town in terms of safety. However, compared to all these things, what surprised Foam the most were the hundreds of players that occupied the town. Even though these players were only at Tier 5, the strength of the mana they exuded was superior to that of actual Tier 6 players. Some of them even had mana rivaling Tier 6 gods. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3498. Chapter 572. Mythical Eras Mana. Chapter 3498. Chapter 572. Mythical Eras Mana. Chapter 572. Mythical Eras Mana. Before Shurfeng and Billowing Water could recover from the initial shock of experiencing the Western continent's environment, hundreds of players suddenly swarmed them from all corners of the street. Each and every one of them resembled starving dogs that had just spotted 2 juicy pieces of meat. It's been so long since we've had any new superior demigods, and this time we got 2. Friends, how about joining our Falcon Party? I guarantee you'll earn 100 contribution points per excursion. At that rate, you can exchange for a mana purification technique in just 3 days. Come to our Rainstorm Party instead. We can help you obtain bronze purification techniques, if not even basic ones. You folks from Rainstorm sure love to boast. A bronze purification technique. Not a single person in your party has managed to learn one yet. Friends, join our Half-Leaf Party instead. Our party leader is an expert who has already mastered a bronze purification technique. We earn far more contribution points than the other parties. The town's players shouted offers to Shurfeng and Billowing Water, one after another, without giving them any time to react. Mana purification techniques. Shurfeng was greatly surprised by the offers everyone made. He had only learned how to improve his mana after accepting the primordial abyssal god's legacy. However, it was an incomplete technique that provided him with limited improvements. Judging by the strength of the surrounding players' mana and the superior mana purification techniques they spoke of, it was evident that their techniques surpassed his incomplete one. Logically, the strength of his mana should rank number 1 among players of the same tier because of the Tier 5 legendary mana body he created. Even if there were some Tier 5 players with stronger mana, the gap between them shouldn't be significant. However, the Tier 5 players around him possessed significantly stronger mana than him. Some even had mana rivaling Tier 6 gods, which was simply unbelievable. If he could bring a large number of these so-called mana purification techniques back with him or establish a long-term supply chain, it would undoubtedly lead to qualitative transformations in the overall strength of Zero Wings members. 7 Luminaries Town, 7 Luminaries Bar. After listening to the fervent invitations from various parties in the town, Shurfeng and Billowing Water chose to engage in further negotiations with a female elf named Moon Bamboo, who was a guardian knight and had mastered a bronze mana purification technique. How about it? Will you join us, friends? While Dawnlight might not be among the top 5 parties in town, we are solidly ranked in the top 10, Moon Bamboo explained to Shurfeng and Billowing Water. After elegantly taking a sip of coffee, she continued, "We currently need 2 more members to complete our party. If you join Dawnlight, you'll enjoy 2 major benefits that most other parties can offer. Firstly, you won't have to worry about acquiring a bronze purification technique. The party leader and I have already mastered one each, while the other 2 members have acquired their own. They just need to learn how to use them. So, if we obtain more bronze purification techniques in the future, you too will receive your share right away. Additionally, once the other 2 members succeed in learning their bronze purification techniques, Dawnlight will have 4 members who have mastered the technique. At that time, our party won't have to fear encountering teams composed of monstrous Tier 5 experts from the Holy Race. As a side note, both the party leader and I have mastered 2 gold combat techniques each. Secondly, you'll save on accommodation fees. Normally, you would have to spend 1 eternal gold per day for accommodation in the town. However, our party has used contribution points to rent a 6-person hotel suite for a month. We still have more than 10 days left, so you won't have to spend anything on accommodation during this period. While Moon Bamboo explained the benefits of joining the Dawnlight Party to Shifeng and Billowing Water, a tall and muscular man, a Tier 5 summoner, walked over to the table and unceremoniously sat down next to her. Bamboo, you've been negotiating with these youngsters for half an hour, and you still haven't won them over? I thought you'd be more capable with that beauty and big sister energy of yours, the male summoner said, sighing and shaking his head. I'm recruiting 2 superior demigods at the same time. Why don't you give it a try, Mr. Party Leader? Moon Bamboo said, rolling her eyes at the male summoner. There were very few players operating in 7 Luminaries Town, and the majority of them were members of the various pseudo-apex powers. Players from other powers constituted less than 10% of the town's population. It should be known that human players who died on the Western continent would be sent back to the Eternal Continent with 100% certainty. If they wished to return to the Western continent, they would have to pay an additional 150 Eternal Gold for the teleportation fee. Such an expenditure was exorbitant, even for the various pseudo-apex powers. Unless they had made significant contributions to their guilds on the Western continent, they would have to pay out of their own pockets. Hence, it became very difficult for non-pseudo-apex power parties to recruit new members. After all, newcomers had plenty of parties to choose from, so they would naturally compare their options. My name is Sky Pivot, and I am the party leader of Dawnlight. The male summoner introduced himself to Shifeng and Billowing Water with a smile. Our party is planning to explore the plane of fallen gods, a level 160 to level 180 map, soon. Rumor has it that the map drops treasures that can help with our Tier 6 promotion. As the party leader, I can exercise my authority to allow you to have first pick of one of the items we obtain during the expedition. If we acquire additional mana purification techniques, I will also give them to you for free, so you won't need to invoke your privilege for them. What do you think, friends? When Sky Pivot finished speaking, Moon Bamboo couldn't help but look at him in shock. Every party was currently preparing to tackle the plane of fallen gods in order to achieve Tier 6 promotion as quickly as possible. After all, this would give them an advantage over the other parties in town and give them a head start in exploring the primordial demon's necropolis, a world mode regional dungeon rumored to drop advanced bronze, and possibly even silver mana purification techniques. If they were to let the 2 newcomers have the promotion treasure first, it would likely impact their later exploration of the primordial demon's necropolis. If that's the case, I would like to join your party, Shifeng said after considering his options. His primary goal was to reach Tier 6. As for the world fragment, obtaining it relied entirely on luck. Rather than blindly searching for a world fragment, he would be better off securing a mana purification technique first and learning more about the Western continent. This way, even if he were to operate solo in the future, he would have a better chance of surviving and achieving his goals. I'm fine with it, too, Billowing Water said, nodding. The promotion treasure and mana purification technique also tempted her. Great, then it's settled. We'll set off tomorrow. Sky Pivot exclaimed, laughing heartily. Following that, Shifeng and Billowing Water raised their cups to celebrate their joining the Dawnlight Party. After enjoying a delicious meal at the bar, they rested in the hotel until dawn. At the break of dawn, under Sky Pivot's urging, the entire party of 6 set off for the plane of fallen gods. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3499, Chapter 573, Mana Purification Technique. Chapter 3499, Chapter 573, Mana Purification Technique. Chapter 573, Mana Purification Technique. Western Continent, Plane of Fallen Gods. The Holy Race's presence was everywhere on the Western Continent, so it was incredibly challenging for human players to explore and acquire resources here. If human players were to traverse the Western Continent, they would come across holy race parties or teams fighting monsters almost once every few minutes. To avoid clashing with these holy race players, Shurfeng and the others had to proceed with extreme caution, which, in turn, hampered their travel speed. The Plain of Fallen Gods was situated 4 large maps away from 7 luminaries' town. Normally, it would only take holy race players 2 or 3 hours to cross this distance, but Shurfeng and the others took roughly 7 hours. Even so, this could already be considered a fast travel speed for human players, as other Tier 5 human players would need at least 2 days to complete this journey. This was all thanks to Sky Pivot. As a Tier 5 summoner, Sky Pivot could not only summon Tier 5 monsters to fight for him, but he could also use them as mounts. He could even summon flying monsters to use as flying mounts. Meanwhile, the Tier 5 illusory griffin, summoned by Sky Pivot, could not only act as a flying mount, but it could also rely on its Tier 5 illusion spells to conceal its passengers. Because of this, the illusory griffin looked no different than the average flying monster when it flew in the sky, and it did not attract any attention from the holy race players fighting on the ground. Eventually, after 6 hours of flight, the 20-meter-long illusory griffin arrived at the Plain of Fallen Gods and landed on top of a hill, granting the Dawnlight Party an unobstructed view of their surroundings. Newbies, stick close to me. Budding Leaf, a level 160, Tier 5 female oracle, said hurriedly to Shurfeng and Billowing Water after landing. The strength of your mana is too weak, so it'll quickly get devoured by monsters. When we start fighting later, let the party leader and the others soften up the monsters a little first before joining the fight. The monsters can devour our mana. Billowing Water couldn't help but be surprised. While there might be monsters capable of devouring mana in the greater God's domain, none could devour the mana of players, let alone the mana of Tier 5 players. It should be known that the mana of players would reach a near solid state once they got promoted to Tier 5. Even if a monster tried to devour their mana, it wouldn't be an easy task to accomplish. Leaf is right. Splashing Fire, a middle-aged male ranger, said, nodding in agreement with Budding Leaf. The monsters on the Western Continent's inland region can devour mana and holy power. If you don't have sufficiently strong mana or holy power, you'll get sucked dry and killed by the monsters here in no time. Many players had unknowingly died, so when the town was initially founded. Billowing Water was dumbfounded even further. How were they supposed to fight against monsters capable of devouring all forms of energy? For melee players like herself, it wouldn't matter whether she fought using combat techniques or skills. Both would be useless, as she couldn't afford to get close to the monsters here. As for Shurfeng, he was unfazed by this revelation. The information he learned in his previous life included the various problems players faced when fighting monsters on the Western Continent. The Western Continent's monsters were essentially nightmares for the human pioneers, and they could only rely on ranged players to kill these monsters. Even so, it was a very challenging task to do so. The Western Continent's monsters possessed extraordinarily high defense, so much so that even players of the same tier could do barely any damage against them. For example, a Tier 5 player casting a Tier 5 spell could only shave off about 10,000 HP from a Tier 5 legendary monster. It should be known that these Tier 5 legendary monsters had HP in the tens of billions, with some even having upwards of 100 billion. An attack that dealt only 10,000 damage wouldn't even be enough to tickle these monsters. Before Budding Leaf and Splashing Fire could continue with their explanations, a level 165 legendary ranked half-snake in general suddenly emerged from the nearby forest, and it charged at the illusory griffin with a speed that was easily twice as fast as the Eternal Continent's legendary monsters. Half-snake in general, humanoid creature, legendary, level 165, HP 60 billion, not good. Run. It's a regional boss. Billowing Water and the others had originally readied themselves for a fight. However, When Sky Pivot saw the half-snake in general, he promptly called for a retreat with a grave expression on his face. That's a regional boss. When Billowing Water saw the half-snake in general's stats, she couldn't understand why Sky Pivot would react so nervously. Normally, level 160 legendary bosses in the Greater Gods domain would have several hundred billion HP at the very least, with some even having up to 1 trillion HP. If a level 165 monster only had 60 billion HP, it couldn't even be considered a Tier 5 legendary monster. It wouldn't take much time for Tier 5 players to kill such a monster. Moreover, even if the half-snake in general was indeed a region boss, their Tier 5 party should be able to slay it with ease. Before Billowing Water could figure out why Sky Pivot was so terrified, the half-snake in general suddenly appeared beside her, while twirling its 2 crescent blades. At the same time, the half-snake in general started to dance an enchanting dance that mesmerized all who saw it. When Billowing Water saw the half-snake in general's blade dance, she could feel herself being drawn to it, and this situation caused an unprecedented chill crept up her spine. A fusion combat technique. The half-snake in general had undoubtedly executed a combat technique at the silver rank or above. Moreover, the attack wasn't composed of just the combat technique, but also a mental attack. If she were to fall for the half-snake in general's mesmerization for even a moment, she would lose her life to the regional boss in the blink of an eye. At this time, Billowing Water finally understood why Sky Pivot would react so fearfully toward encountering such a weak regional boss. An attack composed of a combat technique and a mental attack was no different than a fatal poison for players. This was because players would have great difficulty responding with a combat technique of their own while being subjected to a mental attack. Fighting the half-snake in general in such a situation would be an absolute nightmare. Fortunately, Billowing Water was a saint-ranked expert with plenty of combat experience under her belt, and she promptly let out a shout to clear her mind. At the same time, a golden greatsword appeared in her hands, and she used the massive weapon like a shield to defend herself against the half-snake in general's twirling blades. Boom! The instant the weapons collided, Billowing Water was sent flying over 100 yards away. In just one exchange, it was evident that there was a great disparity in strength between both sides. However, the half-snake in general's attack still wasn't over. Utilizing the reactive force generated from having its attack blocked by Billowing Water's formless twilight, the half-snake in general propelled itself toward Shifeng, who was evidently weaker than the 4 other standing members of the party. It's over for this newbie. When Moon Bamboo saw that less than 15 yards separated the half-snake in general and Shifeng, she couldn't help but close her eyes. The half-snake in general was not only fast, but also incredibly nimble. Although Moon Bamboo did not know how Billowing Water had managed to summon a great sword out of nowhere, Shifeng was evidently a standard swordsman as he carried 2 long swords around his waist. If he were subjected to the half-snake in general's mental attack and blade dance simultaneously, he might not even have time to draw his weapons, let alone defend himself. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal hitting something hard echoed throughout the area. Immediately afterward, whether it was Moon Bamboo and the others or Billowing Water, who had been sent flying, all of them gaped in shock. At this time, Shifeng could be seen standing steadily in place with both hands raised up to his neck, and the half-snake in general's crescent blades were grasped firmly within his hands. As for the half-snake in general, even though it was hissing menacingly and applying force to its arms, it couldn't push its crescent blades forward by even a millimeter more. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3500, Chapter 574, Half-Step Tier 6. Chapter 3500, Chapter 574. Half-Step Tier 6, Chapter 574. Half-Step Tier 6. This newbie's strength is incredible. If we are talking solely about strength, he has already surpassed the average Tier 6 Berserker. Budding Leaf and Splashing Fire were greatly shocked when they saw Feng catching the Half-Snakekin General's weapons. The Half-Snakekin General was a legendary ranked regional boss. While it wasn't a strength-oriented monster, its strength was still vastly superior to even Tier 5 Berserkers of the same level. Only Tier 5 Berserkers wielding legendary weapons could hope to match it. Not to mention, one couldn't block the Half-Snakekin General's attacks simply by having great strength. Billowing Water was a good example of this. Even though Billowing Water was a swordsman, her strength was already on par with the average Tier 6 Berserker of the same level. Yet, the Half-Snakekin General still sent her flying. He's at the half-step Tier 6 standard already. Moon Bamboo exclaimed, a hint of excitement appearing on her face. We've picked up a gem this time. If he can block the boss's fusion combat technique so easily, his concentration must have reached the Tier 6 advanced standard already. He's only short of constructing a divine body to get promoted to Tier 6 now. Most of Seven Luminaries Town's players might be superior demigods, with some having basic attributes rivaling rookie Tier 6 players, but there were still differences between superior demigods. It was especially so on the Western continent. Whether it was the Western continent's environment or monsters, both were different from that of the Eternal Continent and Greater God's domain. While many human players who had entered the Western continent might rival actual Tier 6 players, they couldn't fully exhibit their strength here. This was because the Western continent was home to monsters capable of devouring all forms of energy and launching powerful mental attacks. Without sufficient mana and concentration, players would be powerless against these monsters. Normally, newcomers in Seven Luminaries Town would lack mana and concentration. As a result, the monsters of the Western continent could easily devour their mana and influence their minds. This prevented newcomers from effectively utilizing combat techniques, skills, and spells, limiting them to fighting against average Tier 5 legendary monsters. If a newcomer wished to stand a chance against the Tier 5 regional bosses of the Western continent, they would need to master at least a basic mana purification technique. As for Tier 6 divine monsters, only half-step Tier 6 experts like Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo, who have mastered bronze mana purification techniques and possess Tier 6 intermediate standard concentration, would stand a fighting chance against them. Currently, although Feng's mana was somewhat weak, his concentration had already reached the Tier 6 advanced standard. Even if he were to face a divine monster on the Western continent, he wouldn't be powerless to resist. Meanwhile, the addition of a half-step Tier 6 expert to the party would undoubtedly increase the party's overall strength by a large margin. Is his concentration at such a high level already? Billowing Water, who was sent flying into the distance, couldn't help but look at Feng in disbelief. She was confident that her concentration was top-notch, even among paragons of the same generation. And although her concentration had yet to reach the Tier 6 intermediate standard, she wasn't far from reaching it. However, when facing the Half-Snakekin General's fusion combat technique, she could barely defend against it. She couldn't utilize any of her combat techniques, which prevented her from resisting the Half-Snakekin General's attack completely. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent flying by the regional boss. But before Billowing Water could snap out of her daze, several hundred level 160-plus Half-Snakekin warriors emerged from the surroundings. These Half-Snakekin warriors were all Tier 4 mythic monsters, although each was inferior to Tier 5 players. When they attacked as a group and utilized combination combat techniques, they could still pose a significant threat to Tier 5 players. Moreover, with their high HPs, they could easily drag out the fight and wear out Tier 5 players. Escape is no longer an option, Sky Pivot said, sighing helplessly when he saw the Half-Snakekin warriors that surrounded them. Everyone, prepare for battle. Isn't this great news, leader? It's not every day we get to come across a regional boss, Splashing Fire said, smiling jovially when he saw the approaching half-snaken warriors. Now that our party has one more half-step Tier 6 expert, it would be a waste to run away. I agree with Fire. This is a rare opportunity, Moon Bamboo said, nodding. Normally, their party would avoid any legendary-ranked regional bosses they encountered and target only normal legendary monsters. Of course, it wasn't because they couldn't defeat a legendary-ranked regional boss. It was just that it would take too much time. After all, their party previously only had 2 damage dealers. If they took too much time to finish the boss, nearby Holy Race players were bound to take notice. However, now that their party had gained an extra half-step Tier 6 expert, their party's overall damage output would increase by 50% at the very least. With such a huge improvement to their damage output, they could definitely give raiding a legendary-ranked regional boss a try. Okay, Leaf, Fire, you two go and support Billowing Water. Sky Pivot commanded. The rest of us will handle the regional boss. Got it. Splashing Fire licked his lips and promptly went into action with Budding Leaf. Immediately, Splashing Fire knocked his longbow and launched flaming arrows at the approaching half-snaken warriors one after another, the hail of flaming arrows forcing the mythic monsters to scatter in an attempt to avoid the attacks. At the same time, Budding Leaf waved her staff, summoning numerous barriers to isolate the scattered half-snaken warriors and prevent them from executing deadly combination combat techniques. In the blink of an eye, Splashing Fire and Budding Leaf had lowered the threat of the half-snaken warriors by a significant margin. This, in turn, allowed Billowing Water to withstand and repulse the mythic monsters with little effort. Let's begin attacking as well. Sky Pivot said when he saw the half-snaken warriors getting blocked. Then he returned his focus to the half-snaken general and continued. Our time is limited. We must eliminate this boss before the Holy Race players arrive. After saying so, Sky Pivot constructed a summoning array that brought forth 2 legendary monsters. Then, together with the previously summoned Illusory Griffin, the 3 summoned creatures stood around Sky Pivot and transformed into a Phantom Dragon. Under Sky Pivot's control, the Phantom Dragon cast Dragon's Glory, a 3-fold Tier 5 draconic spell. Immediately, hundreds of laser beams shot at the half-snaken general from all directions. At the same time, Moon Bamboo appeared behind the half-snaken general and raised her shield, releasing numerous shadow chains that bound the regional boss. At the same time, a gigantic sword of light also descended from the sky. Tier 5 super spell, Light Shadow Taboo. Seeing Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo taking action, Sure Fong unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and Winter of Eternal Night before executing Sword's orbit, forming a galaxy of stars that spread to his surroundings. Boom! The top of the hill was flattened in the blink of an eye, and everyone within a 30,000-yard radius could clearly hear the battle atop the hill. There's a battle happening over there. Whoever's fighting must be fighting a regional boss if they're causing such a huge commotion. Let's hurry on over. We can't let the others get ahead of us. Over a dozen Holy Race teams operating in the vicinity could hear the commotion caused by the Dawnlight Party's battle, and they hurriedly charged toward the source of the commotion with fervent eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35:01, Chapter 575, Visit from Red Frost. Chapter 35:01, Chapter 575, Visit from Red Frost. Chapter 575, Visit from Red Frost Plain of Fallen Gods. The hill that was originally over 100 meters tall had transformed into a vast canyon after a battle, which affected a radius of 10 kilometers, took place here. Numerous gorges that were over 100 meters deep could be seen dotting the canyon. The entire terrain had undergone a drastic transformation, and gradually mending spatial tears could still be seen in the canyon. The battle's already over? Damn it! We were still one step too late. How could it have ended so quickly? It hasn't been more than 3 minutes since we first heard the commotion. Could it have been a 100-man team? When the teams of holy race experts arrived at the battlefield, they were disappointed to find that the battle they came to interfere with had already concluded. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder what had taken place here. They had hurried their way over here as soon as they heard the commotion. They had even ignored the monsters that tried to attack them, afraid they would miss out on the action. While the plain of fallen gods was vast, it had no more than 20 regional bosses. But maybe because of how few regional bosses there were here, each regional boss offered extraordinary rewards. It was especially so for the first kill rewards. Due to this, competition over the plane of fallen gods' regional bosses was exceptionally intense. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a swarm of players would gather at even the slightest sign of a regional boss. Yet, even though they had taken such a short time to reach the battlefield, they failed to find even a single monster after arriving, let alone players. It was as if the battle they heard was nothing but a dream. While teams of holy race experts were coming and going from the battlefield, the Dawnlight Party was cautiously resting in a small cave deep within the depths of the canyon. The party of 6 didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they tentatively stared at the countdown timer displayed in the corner of their vision, the timer indicating how much time was left until they could log out of the game. 10 more seconds. This barrier should hold up. Budding Leaf whispered as she watched several holy race teams investigate the canyon outside. These holy race players are truly insane. How did so many of them show up in less than 3 minutes? It's a good thing that you guys fought quickly, leader. Otherwise, we would have had to fight against over 1,000 holy race experts. Billowing Water also gazed out of the cave solemnly, not daring to relax her guard. Although she had already heard about the situation regarding the Western Continent's inland region from Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo, she still couldn't help but be frightened by all the holy race teams outside. Every holy race player that came to check in on the canyon was at level 160, tier 5, and above. Moreover, every one of them gave off a presence comparable to the veterans of 7 Luminaries Town, and each team had at least 3 experts of Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo's caliber. Even though Billowing Water stood among the apex of the Eternal Continent's experts, she was reduced to the weakest caste in this place. We were lucky this time. We could have never finished the boss so quickly without Black Flame's help, Sky Pivot said, smiling. As we previously discussed, we'll log off to rest for 6 hours. The holy race players outside should give up and leave for good after failing to find anything for 6 hours. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, as soon as their respective timers counted down to 0, they promptly chose to log out of the game one after another. Just as everyone was fading out of existence, Billowing Water couldn't help but look at Sure Feng's fading figure with a complicated look. Originally, she thought she could let Sure Feng know his insignificance by bringing him to the Western Continent. She never thought she would be the one being shown how insignificant she was instead. In fact, if it weren't for Sure Feng's assistance this time, their party would have never been able to kill the half-snake in general and secure the regional boss's lucrative loot. Star Lake City Zero Wing Training Center. As the sun set, the virtual gaming cabin of a special living quarter slowly opened. Then, Sure Feng climbed out of the cabin, grabbed one of the life potions placed next to the cabin, and drank it while admiring the cityscape outside the window. As one of Star Lake City's large training centers, the Zero Wing Training Center was only a couple of streets away from the city's commercial center. Even as the sky darkened, the streets outside the building remained bustling with cars and people. Many of these people were young talents who had come from the surrounding towns to join the city's various powers. It seems Zero Wing's fame has spread quite a bit, Sure Feng thought in surprise when he saw the long line of people waiting to enter the Zero Wing Training Center. Previously, the long line of people waiting outside the Zero Wing Training Center was mainly due to Zero Wing's partnership with the Green God Corporation. The Green God Corporation had encouraged many of its members who had been kicked out of Silverfrost City to come to Star Lake City and join Zero Wing. However, even after several days had passed, the number of people seeking to join Zero Wing did not decrease. On the contrary, it was continuously increasing. After learning that Zero Wing was recruiting members, many powers operating in the neighboring towns had even paid a hefty price to send their young talents to take Zero Wing's recruitment test. Because of this, Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul had to work hectically these past few days. Shifeng even had to start worrying about the training center's lack of space and thinking about purchasing more real estate in Star Lake City. Otherwise, Zero Wing could, at most, afford to recruit around 1,000 geniuses to nurture. If Zero Wing only had 1,000 geniuses to work with who knew how long it would take for the guild to gain more mental strength grandmasters, become recognized as a Class 2 guild by the Gods Domain Association, and become qualified to move into a second-tier city. I've already received the Blaze conglomerate's promised 3 billion star coins, but the 10 drops of Stardew will probably take another day or two to arrive. Looking at his watch, Shifeng inwardly prayed, "Let's hope these Stardews can help Zero Wing reach Class 2 quickly. Otherwise, the guild's development in the Crystal City of Secrets will stagnate." The development of human powers on the Western continent was much faster than he anticipated. The Seven Luminaries Alliance had already established a town on the Western continent. At this rate, he could already tell that the conflict between humans and the holy race would happen much sooner and at a much greater intensity. Currently, Zero Wing might have relied on the secret crystal trading firm's benefits to recruit a batch of fifth-floor experts, but if Zero Wing couldn't offer any additional benefits, these fifth-floor experts were bound to leave Zero Wing once they fulfilled their contract. While Shifeng was contemplating how he should distribute the 10 drops of Stardew, Gentle Snow suddenly contacted him. "Commander Redfrost is here to see you, guild leader. She says she has something urgent to discuss with you. Should I let her in?" "Commander Redfrost wants to see me?" Shifeng was surprised by Redfrost's visit. As the Star Lake Legion's commander, Redfrost was a very busy person, and even the Legion's vice commanders could rarely meet her, let alone get her to visit them in person. Immediately, Shifeng had Gentle Snow lead Redfrost to the top floor's VIP lounge. Zero Wing Training Center, VIP lounge. When Shifeng stepped into the room, he saw Redfrost sitting on the sofa, fiddling with a data key. The current Redfrost wore a cold expression devoid of her usual cheerful demeanor. "You're finally here, my almighty vice commander," Redfrost said, a hint of curiosity appearing on her cold face. "May I know if my esteemed vice commander can answer me one question? What on earth have you done to provoke 15 third-tier mobile cities to initiate a city battle with us? All of them will even be arriving together in 7 days. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 35:02. Chapter 576. Sanctuary's Curse. Chapter 35:02. Chapter 576. Sanctuary's Curse. Chapter 576. Sanctuary's Curse. Redfrost spoke without emotion, her indifferent voice adding a layer of frost to the room's atmosphere. Despite having already become a 1-star grandmaster, Shifeng was still affected by this chilly atmosphere. 15 third-tier cities have declared war on us simultaneously. It's been centuries since such a thing happened in our region, Redfrost said with emphasis as she scrutinized Shifeng. The last time such a thing happened, Silverfrost City hadn't even become a second-tier city yet. If not for the city lord having a favorable view of you, do you know what kind of situation you would be facing right now? There might seem like a large number of third-tier mobile cities operating on the Starlight continent, but they were, in reality, rather limited in numbers. Normally, a third-tier city would only come across another third-tier city after wandering about for several months. And unless a new energy vein was discovered, it was highly unlikely for multiple third-tier cities to be present in the same location at the same time. Meanwhile, even a handful of third-tier cities competing over an energy vein would typically result in some of the involved cities losing a couple of the energy veins they originally owned. In severe cases, some of the involved cities might even be knocked back to their starting point and forced to survive with just one energy vein. In that state, they would be at risk of running out of energy at any moment and cease to be a city. As for the current situation where 15 third-tier cities were gathering to attack Star Lake City together, Red Frost couldn't even begin to imagine what would become of Star Lake City if this situation wasn't handled properly. "I haven't done anything as over-the-top as you might think," Sherfong said, chuckling as he looked at Red Frost's solemn expression. "If there's anything I've done, it's simply disrespecting the son of Silver Frost City's city lord." As soon as Sherfong finished speaking, Red Frost couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. "You're saying you offended Xiao Quan, the son of the city lord overseeing the second-tier mobile city of our region?" Red Frost couldn't help but seek confirmation. "That's right. It's him," Sherfong said, nodding. "How audacious of you," Red Frost commented before pursing her lips. "That fellow's the most favored child of Silver Frost City's city lord. He's slated to inherit the city lord position in the future. If you have offended him, neither you nor Zero Wing can continue operating within Silver Frost City's territory. Not even our city lord can cover for you this time." Sherfong wasn't surprised by Red Frost's words. Instead, he smiled and said, "The city lord might not be able to cover for me now, but what if Star Lake City becomes a second-tier mobile city?" This time, the situation differed from when the Paimon conglomerate was applying pressure on Star Lake City. Star Lake City's jurisdiction fell under the Galaxy conglomerate, so the most the Paimon conglomerate could do was tempt other third-tier cities into attacking Star Lake City. If it tried to do anything more, the Galaxy conglomerate would no longer turn a blind eye to its actions. As for the incident this time, all parties involved fell within the Galaxy conglomerate's jurisdiction. So, no matter how much the conflict escalated, the Galaxy conglomerate would not intervene. A second-tier mobile city? Red Frost laughed. "Do you think the Star Lake Legion has what it takes to win against 15 city legions simultaneously?" City battles in the real world differed from battles in God's domain. Not only would participants have their physiques heavily suppressed, but even the weapons and equipment they could access highly depended on their mental strength standard. The stronger the weapons and equipment participants tried to manifest, the stronger their mental strength needed to be. So, one could say that a city battle was a mental strength competition. However, city battles could only be regarded as competitions of mental strength only if they were one-on-one scenarios. In a situation where both sides were limited to only 10 battle groups and 200 participants, there were limited means each side could employ after they scattered their forces across different occupation points. In a one-versus-many scenario, things would be different. It was especially so when one side consisted of 15 cities. The side with 15 cities could deploy 150 battle groups consisting of 3,000 participants. In such a situation, they would be more than capable of using various large-scale magic arrays. For example, they could use large-scale magic barriers to suppress the enemy. They could also use large-scale offensive magic arrays powered by several hundred magical class players to launch attacks that players of the same tier could not resist. They could even deploy large-scale defensive magic arrays that could easily stop attacks from players of the same tier. It was no exaggeration to say that one-versus-one simulation warfare and one-versus-many simulation warfare were two entirely different types of conflict. In the latter case, the impact that individual players could have on the battle would be diminished significantly. "I cannot guarantee whether we can win. Looking at Red Frost, Sherfone contemplated for a moment before asking, "If you were to recover your peak strength, how likely are you to win the Tier 6 battle, Commander Red Frost?" Recover my peak strength. Red Frost couldn't help but look at Sherfone curiously for a moment when she heard his question. Then she laughed and said, "Do you have a way to let me recover? Do you even know what kind of injury I have suffered? The source of your body's mana has been damaged, and it has led to the severe weakening of your mana's strength, right?" Sherfone said, chuckling. According to the rumors floating about in Star Lake City, Red Frost possessed astonishing talent. Yet, she plummeted from grace after suffering some kind of injury during her campaign in the 12 Sanctuaries. Meanwhile, based on his observations during the last city battle, Sherfone found that despite being at Tier 6, Red Frost's mana was abnormally thin. He also noticed that she didn't make use of any mana throughout the entire battle, relying only on her weapon, equipment, and techniques. This was a very bizarre way to fight for a pseudo-great grandmaster. The only explanation Sherfone could come up with to explain this situation was that Red Frost had suffered damage to her mana source, which, in turn, led to a drastic decrease in her mana's strength. This was a phenomenon he had heard of before, and it could be said to be a type of curse in the 12 Sanctuaries. Without the proper means to resolve it, players would be stuck with it forever. The curse would follow them, even if they started a new account. Originally, Sherfone didn't have any way of combating this curse. Unless Red Frost could kill the person who cursed her, her mana would be permanently weakened. However, after learning about the Western continent's mana purification techniques, he was confident he could resolve Red Frost's problem with ease. "Do you truly have a solution?" Red Frost shot up from her seat and stared intently at Sherfone, the excitement in her eyes very apparent. The Sanctuary's curse was something she had never mentioned to anyone. She would also never use mana, even during normal battles, and she would only fight while relying on her basic attributes. Even if others took notice of her strange behavior, they would only think that it was her style of combat. They wouldn't suspect a problem with her mana. "I wouldn't have brought it up if I didn't have a solution," Sherfone asserted. "So, once again, how confident are you in winning the Tier 6 battle if you can recover your peak strength, Commander Red Frost?" I'm sure you know that fighting multiple cities simultaneously is a completely different experience from fighting just one city. There are many more means our opponents can employ, so the battle isn't something the individual player can influence easily. After pondering for a moment, Red Frost answered, "If I can recover my peak strength, I would probably have a 30 to 40% chance of winning the Tier 6 battle." Up to 40%. Sherfone was a little surprised by Red Frost's answer. Originally, he felt that even if he looked at the situation optimistically, Red Frost would only have a 20% chance of victory. Moreover, this was built on the foundation that Red Frost was a pseudo-great grandmaster. What if we add in a battle group that's fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3503, Chapter 577, On the Basis that I Am Black Flame. Chapter 3503, Chapter 577, On the Basis that I Am Black Flame. Chapter 577, On the Basis that I Am Black Flame. A battle group fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. When Red Frost heard Sherfone's words, she felt he was joking with her. Whether it was legendary weapons or legendary equipment, both were incredibly rare and precious in the greater god's domain. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would rarely be willing to let their developing paragons use these items. Take Star Lake Legion, for example. The entire Legion only had 3 legendary weapons and equipment in its possession, and all 3 were on loan from the city lord after he dug into his own pockets to acquire them. The Star Lake Legion couldn't even afford to fully equip a player in legendary items, let alone a full battle group consisting of 20 participants. In fact, not even top-ranking second-tier mobile cities would dare to think of fully equipping a 20-man battle group in legendary items. Indeed, a battle group fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Shifeng nodded. If you can have such a battle group under you, how confident are you at winning Commander Red Frost? Normally, only upper-ranking hegemonic powers and above could possibly accomplish the feat of fully equipping a 20-man battle group in legendary weapons and equipment. Ordinary hegemonic powers and corporations operating in third-tier cities shouldn't even consider doing such a thing. However, he was in possession of the Divine Engraver legacy. He was also a basic apprentice Divine Engraver. So long as he could further develop the strength of his mana by a little bit, it shouldn't be difficult for him to learn how to draw intermediate divine patterns in 7 days. Previously, he had already mastered drawing a set of basic divine patterns. The only reason he didn't attempt to learn how to draw intermediate divine patterns and become a bona fide divine engraver was that he lacked god crystals. If he wanted to learn a set of intermediate divine patterns from the Divine Engraver legacy, he would need to spend 50 god crystals. This was not an amount that the average power could take out. Back then, he would have needed to sell everything he owned just to gather the required 50 god crystals. Not to mention, becoming a bona fide divine engraver wasn't his priority back then. So, he didn't bother to invest too much time and resources into the endeavor. Now, though, not only did the Green God Corporation secretly gather a group of lifestyle talents for him, but he had also received a large amount of funds. He could begin nurturing a large batch of players into apprentice divine engravers at any time. And it wouldn't be long before these players became apprentice divine engravers. If he couldn't become an official divine engraver before that happened, he wouldn't be able to carry out his subsequent plans. After all, he couldn't possibly spend 50 god crystals to let someone else learn from the Book of Eternity in his place. The cheapest and safest way to carry out his plans would be if he learned how to draw intermediate divine patterns himself. Meanwhile, once he could draw intermediate divine patterns, he would be able to strengthen fragmented legendary items. At that time, he would simply have to strengthen a battle group fully equipped with fragmented legendary items. Then, he would have himself a battle group that possessed basic attributes rivaling a battle group fully equipped with legendary items. Moreover, he wouldn't have to worry about applying too much extra burden on the participant's mental state. Of course, to keep his ability to draw divine patterns a secret as much as possible, he still couldn't reveal too many. A 20-man battle group was about the limit. If he strengthened the weapons and equipment of only 20 participants, he could still justify it by claiming to have purchased a batch of intermediate divine patterns at an exorbitant price. Anymore, and he would have a hard time explaining himself. If he were to accidentally expose to the various powers his ability to draw intermediate divine patterns, it'd be the end of the road for him, whether it was Demon's Gate or the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Every apex power would try to capture him at all costs to take control of the intermediate divine patterns in his possession. With his current strength, there would be nothing he could do to resist. If you can get such a battle group for me, there is nothing else I can say. Grinning, Red Frost patted her well-endowed chest and expressed confidently, "If I still can't secure victory in the Tier 6 battle, I will help you with anything you need in the future without question." Looking at Red Frost's seductive and noble appearance, Shifeng suddenly felt that if Blackie and the others were to learn of Red Frost's suggestion, they would 100% hope that the coalition of 15 cities would win against Star Lake City. Setting aside the fact that Red Frost was a stunning beauty, just the fact that she was a pseudo-great grandmaster was already enough to tempt any upper-ranking hegemonic power and pseudo-apex power into recruiting her. In the greater world, 3-star grandmasters could control a city, while great grandmasters could influence the direction of an entire continent's development. A great grandmaster could also control a first-tier city and command respect from the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates. If you have no problems with the Tier 6 battle, winning the city battle also wouldn't be a problem, Shifeng hurriedly said when he noticed Red Frost starting to scrutinize him again. After the city battle, Star Lake City will be able to take a leap forward and become a second-tier city. I'm sure the city lord will be very interested in my proposal. The lifelong dream of many three-star grandmasters was to preside over a second-tier mobile city. This was so they could cross the large hurdle before them and enter the realm of great grandmasters. No matter how affluent a third-tier city was, it still had far too few energy resources to supplement the birth of a great grandmaster. Even the most energy-rich location in a third-tier city would only be comparable to the central district of a second-tier city, and it was still far from matching the most energy-rich location of a second-tier city. Not to mention, a second-tier city's city lord enjoyed much greater status in the God's Domain Association than a third-tier city's city lord. The God's Domain Association was an incredibly mysterious organization in the greater world. Nobody knew about the association's origins, but everyone knew that the association could produce great grandmasters. Or, more specifically, apart from certain special opportunities in God's domain, the only way a person could become a great grandmaster in the greater world was by relying on the God's Domain Association. In fact, the majority of the greater world's great grandmasters only existed because of the association. Star Lake City's city lord was already old, and his chances of becoming a great grandmaster were slim. If he wanted to achieve a breakthrough and prolong his lifespan and youth, his only option would be to become the city lord of a second-tier city. You're right. Returning to her seat, Red Frost crossed her legs and nodded. Then she smiled and said, "The city lord will not be able to resist a chance to become a second-tier city's city lord. He will even be willing to stake his life for it. But the problem is, on what basis do you expect us to believe you can fulfill any of your promises?" Shifeng's proposal indeed tempted Red Frost. Her mind had even temporarily fallen into disarray because of it. However, she was a pseudo-great grandmaster. She was also the Silver Lake Legion's commander, and she wielded the most authority in Star Lake City after the city lord. She naturally wouldn't trust someone so easily. Not to mention, Shifeng's offer sounded too good to be true. Shifeng also sat back down. Then, looking at Red Frost in the eye, he calmly said, "On the basis that I am Black Flame." Shifeng did not speak in a loud voice. Yet, his words had seemingly stopped time as the lounge fell completely silent. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3504, Chapter 578, Regional Bosses Loot. Chapter 3504, Chapter 578, Regional Bosses Loot. Chapter 578, Regional Bosses Loot. Black Flame? Your Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame. Red Frost shot up from her seat, once again, and looked at Shifeng in disbelief. This time, she strongly believed Shifeng was joking with her. Black Flame had already become a household name in the greater God's domain. Black Flame was also why she and the city lord had a very optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. It was especially so for Red Frost after she took an in-depth look into Black Flame's growth process. The only word she could use to describe Black Flame was shocking. First, Black Flame had gotten into the Luminous Glory list. Later, he entered the Eternal Realm and single-handedly suppressed several upper-ranking powers and holy race powers. Then, just when everyone thought Black Flame's success was only a product of luck, he appeared in the miniature ancient world and accomplished something even more astonishing. Despite being a Tier 5 player, Black Flame had single-handedly slain a Tier 6 Berserker god and slaughtered tens of thousands of experts across a distance of hundreds of kilometers. After the battle, he was even ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list, granting him great fame across the greater god's domain for some time. However, all of this was not important. As a former Sacred Glory list expert, Red Frost knew that the ranking list was merely the tip of the iceberg. Many talented paragons were still not ranked on the Sacred Glory list. More specifically, these were the talents secretly nurtured by the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and above. Meanwhile, in the eyes of these talents, the Sacred Glory list was nothing more than a joke to entertain the masses. It wasn't something worth taking seriously at all. But after conducting in-depth research on Black Flame, Red Frost also realized that the Sacred Glory list had only revealed a small portion of Black Flame's true potential. What was truly frightening about Black Flame was his rate of growth. Black Flame's growth was simply unheard of. When Black Flame first entered the Sacred Glory list, he was merely suspected to be a fifth-floor expert. Yet, even though only a short time had passed, he was now in existence who had mastered a gold combat technique. Even back in her heyday, her growth would be insignificant compared to Black Flame's. At one point, Red Frost even suspected that Black Flame might be an old monster who had decided to come out of retirement and establish a guild out of boredom. Yet, she was now being told that Black Flame, Zero Wing's mythical guild leader, and the Lord of War Goddesses was actually a young man in his 30s, and he wasn't even a mental strength master not long ago. How could she possibly believe this? Indeed, it is. Feng said, smiling and nodding as he looked at Red Frost's shocked expression. Will that be enough to prove I can fulfill my promises? He didn't find Red Frost's reaction particularly strange. Anyone who bothered to do some research would more than likely assume that Black Flame was someone of significant age. After all, Black Flame's rate of growth was highly abnormal. Many people even suspected that Black Flame might have originated from some ancient power. Otherwise, how could he be so bold as to challenge multiple pseudo-apex powers? Unfortunately, no matter how everyone racked their minds, they would probably never imagine that he was a reincarnator, much less a reincarnator who had reincarnated more than once. How can I trust that you are Black Flame? Red Frost sternly asked, her previously cheerful and charming appearance nowhere to be seen. Simple. Tapping on his watch, Feng summoned a holographic panel displaying his God's Domain profile. I can't possibly falsify my God's Domain ID, right? While exposing his identity as Black Flame came with risks, it was a much less significant secret to expose compared to the Divine Engraver legacy. After all, in the various powers' eyes, Black Flame was merely a developing monster. As a Tier 5 player, Black Flame couldn't even pose a significant threat to upper-ranking hegemonic powers, let alone pseudo-apex and apex powers. However, Black Flame's identity held significant meaning for Red Frost, the Star Lake Legion's commander. This was because only those who had come into personal contact with him would know how abnormal his rate of growth truly was. The worth of his future potential easily surpassed the worth of a second-tier city. You really are Black Flame. When Red Frost saw the ID displayed on the holographic panel, she couldn't help but look at Feng as if she had just seen a priceless treasure. Aren't you afraid I'll leak your identity? The Paimon conglomerate still has a bounty on your head. And not only has the bounty grown to 1 billion star coins, but it also includes a permanent residential slot in a first-tier city. I doubt you will be tempted by such trifling rewards, Commander Red Frost, Feng said, chuckling. If you could be so easily tempted, you would never have stayed in Star Lake City. You would have long moved into a first-tier city and enjoyed much greater status in the greater world. No matter how weak Red Frost had become in God's domain, it did not change the fact that she was a pseudo-great grandmaster in the real world. This alone was enough to net her a core executive position in any pseudo-apex power. Had she taken on such a position, she could have promptly moved into one of the high and mighty special-tier mobile cities, let alone a first-tier mobile city. You are correct. Red Frost nodded, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Then she took a deep breath and continued, "Since you have proven yourself to be Black Flame, I will no longer question the feasibility of tackling the 15 cities. I will also personally speak to the city lord about your proposal." Black Flame had single-handedly annihilated the experts of 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world. So, defeating 15 third-tier city legions would be nothing more than repeating that feat, not to mention, Black Flame had stated that he could help her recover to her peak. "I will have to trouble you with that." Then Commander Red Frost, Shi Feng, expressed his gratitude. "No trouble. It's no trouble at all," Red Frost said, smiling. "Just don't forget your promise to me." "Naturally. I guarantee you'll recover to your peak in 7 days," Shi Feng affirmed. He was rather confident in obtaining a mana purification technique in 7 days. After all, mana purification techniques weren't particularly rare on the Western continent. It was even possible to exchange for mana purification techniques using resources in 7 Luminaries town. Of course, bronze purification techniques were still a little tricky to obtain. This could be seen by how only a minority of the veteran players operating in 7 Luminaries town had learned a bronze purification technique. If he couldn't get his hands on a bronze purification technique in 7 days, he would have to settle with exchanging a common purification technique. Even if it couldn't resolve Red Frost's problem completely, it should more or less recover some of her Tier 6 mana's strength. Following this, Shi Feng and Red Frost spent the next 3 hours discussing the details of their cooperation. This also meant that 6 hours had passed in God's domain. So Shi Feng promptly returned to his living quarters and logged back into the game as soon as he concluded his discussion with Red Frost. Everyone in the Dawnlight party had agreed to log back into the game at a specific time. If he let the others wait for him for too long, they might fall into danger. After all, the plane of fallen gods remained the Holy Race players' territory. The Holy Race players would not hesitate to join forces to subjugate any human players they discovered on the map. Hence, every second and minute a human player spent on the plane of fallen gods was incredibly dangerous. Plane of fallen gods. You're back, Brother Black Flame. When Sky Pivot saw Shi Feng appearing, he solemnly said, "Now that everyone's here, we will split the loot according to our previous agreement." "No problem." Shi Feng nodded when he saw the excitement on Sky Pivot's face. The half-snakekin general had dropped 11 items previously. However, as they were in a rush before, they quickly collected the items closest to them before fleeing to this cave. Then, they hastily logged out of the game after setting up a magic barrier on the cave's entrance. So, even until now, nobody knew what they had obtained from the regional boss. Subsequently, under Sky Pivot's command, everyone took out the items they looted. Immediately afterward, the density of mana and various other energies in the cave started to rise rapidly. Even eternal energy had started to gather from all directions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.